most invaluable pawn. So let the merge begin. Now that the spiders are gone, with the core in my hands, reality shall collapse, and my eternal reign will stretch beyond divine grasp. So fade away and return to nothing. Your strength is great, but you're no match for me, no. I'll let you live on entertaining. God of all creation, God of your creation now. I do not fear you now. I exist beyond your time. Rule over cosmic beings. One thought could melt your mind. I do enjoy your rage. Could always entertain. Erasure won't come yet. I'll just provide the stage. So fade away and return to nothing. Your strength is great, but you're no match for me, no. I'll let you live on entertaining. God of all creation, God of your creation now. So fade away and return to nothing. Your strength is great, but you're no match for me, no. I'll let you live on entertaining. God of all creation, God of your creation now. Pasta and yogurt, it tastes like heaven. And wheat and pasta and it.
Alright, let's start it there.
Yeah. We've ended careers before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword. Plain hero, Roroni Kenshin. We kicked it aside of your door. Use the wonder against the seven. Where was that bravado? You had a hot minute ago. Hey, we got ups, but I wouldn't say we beat. How the saying go, it's a two-way street. Get me on the pipe and you know they had a tweak. And I'm just trying to lay my name, you get what I'm speaking. We entertain the masses and anywhere that we can. There's some asshole think that you can press the lead and fuck the whole squad down, get out within the weekend. But we stars, boys, so continue, go and see. We've ended careers before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword. Play hero, Roroni Kenshin. We kicked it aside of your door. Use the one who against the seven. Where was that bravado? You had a hot minute ago. Talk big game till you learn it ain't one. Got your nails on this track's another freight ton. Not a single dub, so you gotta make one. G, get domino, trying to cook some great stuff.
You can keep talking, this be the season for hunting. We down and new in our treasures while casually pressing your buttons. You keep pretending and nothing, but we can tell you be button. Try threatening us with a poker, but your face looking all tough. And we calling out all your bluffs and we telling you what is left. And we saying enough's enough, but you trying to keep acting tough. If you really think that you run, let me tell you, you ain't the one. Cause the song will be nothing speakers and the whole team finna pump it, y'all.
We've ended the careers before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword. Plain hero, Roroni Kenshin. We kick the side of your door. Use the one who will get to seven. Where was that bravado you had a hot minute ago? We eating pasta in your hood. It tastes like heaven. We eating pasta and it good. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Uh-oh, guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody? Julie, hey, guess what day it is? Oh, come on, I know you can hear me. Mike. What day is it, Mike? Leslie, guess what today is?
It's Hump Day.
Woo-hoo!
Ronnie, how happy are folks who save hundreds of dollars switching to Geico?
I'd say happier than a camel on Wednesday.
Hump Day!
Get happy.
Yeah.
Get 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Oh. Oh, goodness. I remembered to do it this time. Almost I forgot. I hope it went through. It didn't show me that the audio went through, but the audio, I only have one audio channel that shows, and then I've hid the rest of them. Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing today? Hump Day. Hump Day! Oh, fuck. I hope everybody enjoyed that. I need to change the song here. Going back to mostly just lo-fi. I'm enjoying the lo-fi. It did good. I'm just gonna assume it works, even though it doesn't show it to me. One of the things I plan to do when I move, I've got a lot of plans, chat. Chat, today, first off, welcome to Hump Day. One of, perhaps my second or third favorite stream of the week. I have a lot of streams that I enjoy doing. I stream like 3 to 5 times a week. Although, one of those streams I don't stream. I show up on. 2 of them, I guess, if you count Ava's TV streams as a stream. I kind of count it more of just like a watch-along, so I don't really count it as a stream. Because I don't really treat it as one. But I have a stream that I show up on. That's Under the Tea. So I don't really count that as a stream. Because it's more of a guest appearance thing. I have 2 podcasts a week, and then I have 2 normal streams a week. And I'll be honest with you, that's about enough for me. And I like spending the other 2 days out of the week just chilling, you know. Occo forgot to forget, which is the same as remembering. Exactly. I hope you guys have been having a good week so far. If you made it to this day, if you're still around, congratulations, you made it to the middle of the week. Congratulations, it's awesome. I'm glad to have made it here. The Yippee made it here. She came kicking and screaming. I had to look over. I have a Yippee plushie that somebody got me for my birthday. It kind of like, it can't stand up. The way that they manufactured it is so wonky that it can't stand up. I imagine that if I tied its feet together long enough, that the body would force itself to make it stand up, but it can't stand up. It can't stand up. It's just kind of like laying there. The natural position for a Yippee is just to sit there and do nothing. Don't we all wish we could do that sometimes? She's always kicking and screaming. No, I like to think of the Yippee as just like a creature that will do nothing if it doesn't have to. Bondage Yippee, something like that. Please do not draw that. I will not give it any attention. So what's funny is there are some things that obviously, you know, when it comes to lewd stuff, you know, I tell people I really don't care about what you do with my brand, as long as you don't draw anything illegal. I don't know what you could draw illegal with me, but you know, I would ask that you not try and find out. But the one thing that like I purposefully tell people. I actually haven't purposely told anybody anything. I just don't say anything about it. But the one thing that I'm like, I would prefer not to see lewd of is just the Yippee. And thankfully, Thankfully, I know that now that I'm saying this, people are just going to draw Yippies in all sorts of positions, and that is my fault for mentioning it. So, you know, automatically I'll probably need to apologize to them later. But, like, that's the one thing where I'm just like, hey, guys, you can draw whatever you want. Just leave the Yippee alone, all right? The closest you'll get is a Yippee appearing alongside me, because that does happen. I've had a couple art pieces where I have intentionally said, hey, could you put the Yippee there too? And that's just because the Yippee is kind of like the most innocent. The Yippee is innocent. One, the Yippee is innocent to a degree. I think that they are technically murderers of some kind. The Yippies murder. They just get away with it. They're kind of like Italians, or like the Italian mob. Excuse me. They can do whatever they want and get away with it, and there's really nothing you can do about it. It's the Yippee in the chair, still proving guilty. Yes, like the Korsh, exactly. Although I really don't. The Korsh is the Korsh. You know, you can do whatever the hell you want with it. I guess I just don't care. Sorry, let me replay that. Anyway, the Yippee is the one thing where I'm just like, you know what? I will never ask for the Yippee to be defiled, because the Yippee, even though it is some of the greatest innocence, is also some of the greatest fear. It is a very fearful creature. Well, fearful is in if you don't feed it. It's kind of like if you don't feed it, it will get pissed off at you. The Yippee pleads the fifth. No. It pleads the yip. The Yippee pleads the yip, all right? It does not do anything but plead the yip, all right? There is that image. Let me see if I can find it here. I will only try for a moment to see if I can find it, because... Is it in the tape, Yippies? It might be. No, I think that's an Ava Yip meme as well. That's one that I need to save. I've started to sort all of my Yippies. I do have this. This is as close as you're gonna get, in my personal opinion. This is the closest thing you're gonna get. All right, the Yippee pleads the yip. All right, she does not deserve what you're doing, so she pleads the yip, and she will not go any further. Oh, when are we gonna get the Dawn Yippee? That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know what a Dawn Yippee would look like, but that would be pretty cool, you know. Anyway. What was I saying? Anyway, welcome to Hump Day. The Yippies are here too. We do have a goal right now because a Yippee found my Raspberry Pi, and I'll talk about this actually. I'll talk about this because the Raspberry Pi is a new thing that I have here. I actually need to send the photo that I took of it to my computer. Give me one moment. By the way, I've been working really hard on a lot of stuff recently, and today is kind of my update day. I need to make the video based off of me talking about my home lab shit. I've changed my mind on a couple of things. All right, I've already showed my hand before. Hold on, is my fingerprints visible in this? No, one of them kind of is. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to download this image, and then I'm also going to gray out my fingers a little bit. Actually, I'm just not going to show the image. Here, I'll just bring up a picture of what I have now. I was going to show a picture of my Raspberry Pi, but I now own a Raspberry Pi, chat. Here, let me bring up a picture for you. I will show you what the Raspberry Pi is. Here we go. That is a poor picture of it, but you know, it'll work. Home lab stuff? Yes. We're going to talk. I'll talk a little bit about that. But this is a Raspberry Pi here. Oops. This is a Raspberry Pi, chat. Those that don't know, people like to name their electronics after fruit for some reason. And so this is probably this is an earlier version. I think this is the 4 actually. But people like to make things after fruit, and this is a Raspberry Pi. This is a Raspberry Pi 4, I believe. I own a 5, So the 5 is going to be a little bit different looking. But let me explain kind of what I am doing. So I've recently been reviving this project of mine called the Mega Desk. The Mega Desk is essentially my ideal company desk. Because as a content creator, I like to have a nice place where I work. I don't like to shit where I work. I like to have a very pretty area. And so I've decided that, oh, that reminds me, I need to add a section here for a little eating area as well, because eating area. There we go. So the Mega Desk is essentially an idea I have that I stole from another content creator called Matthias, who used to run a channel called Dope or Nope. Still kind of does, although he's kind of retired semi from that. But the idea is to build my ideal looking desk. And the ideal desk is not just a desk with a computer or even 2 computers on it. There's a lot of shit that I want to do on it. And the idea of a desk evolved from just having my computers and nice looking peripherals and cable management. It has evolved from that into a bunch of different things. And it has done that because I've decided there's a lot of stuff I want to do, not just for my business, but for personal stuff as well. So I actually have a little list here. I have a list of all of this shit that I'm working on. So not only do I eventually want to have my PCs on a special roller rack, which I have no idea how that's going to work, but I'm going to have to get with a designer, and we're going to have to design something like that in the future. But not only do I want to have my PCs on like a special little roller track here, eventually, I want to have a way more complex network firewall thing here. Are we getting into the setup reviews? We could do a couple of those today if you guys want. I'm going to be streaming for a while, by the way. I slotted 3 or 4 topics. One of those topics might have a guest. Maybe. We'll see. And so we'll have to see. We'll see if the guest wants to do it. He's currently streaming right now. But anyway, I could do, if you guys want me to review your desks here, I will start a poll. And start voting. Start voting. If you want me to review some desks on Discord, I will. But I'm talking about my dream. I'll talk about my dream desk right now. So not only do I want to have my 2 main PCs, because I have my main PC, which I took some pictures of. I took a couple of good pictures, actually. Here is... Fuck, hold on. Wrong tab. Computer, that's fine. You went with the last tab that you remembered. So not only my 2 main PCs. By the way, this is the White Supreme PC. I have the stickers on it that I bought. The one inside the case, which I should have a picture of. That's not a good picture. That's a bit of a better one. So I have 2 stickers that say White Supreme PC. This one in the inside of the case isn't like ideal. I want it to be bigger. But this sticker is exactly the perfect size to put on the outside of this PC. And I absolutely love it. I love it. But anyway, so not only do I want to have my regular PC and my stream PC like on some custom tracks that I can pull out and put back in, kind of like a server rack. There's a lot of other cool stuff I want to add in addition to it because I'm crazy and I'm autistic and this is my like dream desk kind of setup I want. I want to have a network firewall thing that I set up, and that kind of includes me putting up a little network switch and my router and a couple of other things, and that's something I got to learn. I want to have a NAS system, which I'm going to talk about the update to that, because I do have an update for my little NAS project I'm working on here. I want to have a charging area for all of my bits and bobs and things that need charging. I also want to have a shelf. Oh, I forgot to write this one down. The console shelf. I want to have a console shelf. And by the way, this is a long project here. Am I going to move my desktop to a rack mount case? No. The PC you see in front of you will not go inside a rack. But I'm going to have other things inside a custom 19-inch rack eventually. I would like to have a console shelf where all my consoles are. Gosh, I just sounded like I have mush mouth there. I want to have a console shelf where all my consoles sit and then are connected to my computer or TV. Which means my TV is also going to somewhere be a part of this as well. I'm not sure yet. I want to have a 3D printer eventually because 3D printers are cool and I want to be able to work on that kind of stuff. I want to have an area for tinkering with PCs because not only do I enjoy working on my main PC, I want to work on other PCs because eventually I was like, well, maybe one day I could start making PCs for other people or working on PCs for other people, you know. Gotta have money? Yes, I'll be working on that. And when I move, I'm actually like working on a plan to start saving some money so I can start doing that. But you are correct. There's a reason why I don't have this now, and it's because I don't have a lot of money. I have money to save for the moving trip and other stuff, like taxes. But this is kind of just like working towards the future. I want a printer, a nice printer. Eventually, that's one of those. It's one of those I can get it at any time. But I want to have a printer that doesn't suck ass. I want to have a media server. So like a NAS server, I also want to have a media server where I can run something like Plex or Jellyfin, where I and anybody that I give access to can pull movies that we own and stream them on demand. I'm working on setting... that is one of those things that's going to take a while because I can't run it off of something tiny. I have to like make a custom rack, fill it out with a mother... I mean, I have a motherboard and a CPU that I'm not using right now, so maybe one day that's where that's going to go to. I don't know. We'll see if we can fit it out. And I also have a nice graphics card. So I already have the computer. I already have the motherboard. I already have the CPU. I already have a graphics card. And I have RAM that will work with it. They've previously worked. So all I need to do is get it some storage and configure it to be a storage PC. And then I can just run a Plex on it or something like that. I already have like half of those components. I just need to get some of the other ones. But that's not a concern right now. I also want to make a small eating area for it as well. But yeah, so like the update is the last time I talked, what do you mean Mojang's got sued? We'll talk about that actually. I think that'll be one of the first things we talk about because I'm going to leave the Panky stuff for a little bit later because again, I have a guest who might come in and talk about it. And I want to wait for him specifically to see if he's interested. If he's interested. If not, I'll talk about it again towards the end. But anyway, the update for the current little project, because right now my first project is to build a little mini NAS system, kind of as my first little project. And this little system is also going to have my my network on it. My router is going to be on top of it, I think, along with my my network switch. And that network switch is going to connect to all my other PCs. I don't know much about computers. What is a Raspberry Pi? This is a Raspberry Pi. This is a Raspberry Pi. A Raspberry Pi. This is something that is about the size of a credit card. A little bit bigger than a credit card. But this thing right here is a Raspberry Pi. It is supposed to be an extremely modular little computer that you can use to like get into the world of programming. Get into the world of... you can use this for robotics. You can use this for computers. You can use this for whatever you want. I am personally going to use one of these to start learning programming. These things run off of... well, they can run off of anything, but I'm going to use it to learn Linux. Maybe start trying to learn other advanced programming systems as well. But it is basically a baby computer. You can buy one of these for as little as like $50 or $60. I have one here that I decided to buy. It was like $80, and there's some little components that came with it. But the whole goal behind this is whatever the fuck you want it to be. So, but yeah, that I'm working on that right now. And my plan eventually is to stick one of these inside a little server rack. Can you explain what a Plex server is? Yeah, a Plex server is basically like Netflix. However, it's for stuff that you own. I imagine you can get stuff you don't own, but I don't recommend that. But it's essentially a Plex server is a software that you can stream from anywhere you have as long as you can log into the service. and all of your movies that you've put into your own little Plex server is there, basically. It's basically like, my family has a lot of DVDs. I have some DVDs, but I don't have a DVD player. I have a PS4, but I don't have a DVD player. So let's say that I don't want to lug around my PS4 whenever I want to watch a movie or a DVD player, and I just want to watch whatever I can on my phone. So the plan is to take all of these movies that I own and take all these things that I previously have purchased and things that my family has previously purchased and put them on a centralized area, i.e. a little computer space in my room, and allow myself and anybody that I give access to the ability to pull from and watch there. That's it. That's it, basically. That's what a Plex server is. It's pretty cool. I've heard that there's more than one kind of thing like that. That's just the one that I know of because of Temp. And I might go with it because that is the one that he and his dad will be able to help me out with. Don't get rid of DVDs? No. So even though I'm going to make this, I'm still going to encourage my family to keep the DVDs anyway. The reason behind my Plex server idea is specifically just, hey, my family owns all of these things. They can't take them with them, but they also want to be able to stream and watch whatever they want. The Plex server will just say, well, you already own Alien Isolation. You might not be able to watch it anywhere. Thank you for re-upping your membership, Avenged, for 13 months. That's awesome. I hope you're enjoying it. The Jellyfin any different? I believe it's the same idea. I don't know very much about it. But anyway, the goal is basically like, oh, my parents own Alien Isolation. They might not have a streaming service that has it on there. So instead of trying to rent it while they're out from Amazon, because they already own it, I can just put it on my server. I can burn the disc to I can save it, all that kind of shit. And because I own it, or because they own it and they can give me ownership of it by sending me the DVD, I can burn it to my server and then they can watch it wherever they want to go. That's basically it. And again, I don't encourage this because it is still technically stealing, but you can basically do that with anything. Again, I don't encourage anything that you don't own, but I'm not here to get on you for stuff like that. That's one of those things where, you know, I don't care. Just don't tell me you did it. Kind of things. Thank you for being a member for 2 months, Lord Bruticus. I hope you're enjoying your time here as well. Jellyfin's less user-friendly, but you don't have to pay for a license. I see. Listen, I am still a baby with all of this, all right? I'm still a baby, okay? With all of this technology, all right? I have scratched the surface of my learning by, like, okay, so let me explain it like this. Step 1 of me learning all of this shit is owning a computer, all right? If you own a computer, you're basically at the door of your own, like, understanding of shit. Most people won't get past the door, because they're going to look at their computer, and they're going to be like, I want to play Fortnite on this, or I want to play Minecraft on this, or I want to play whatever the fuck I'm feeling for the day, and that's it. They're not going to learn any more than just how to set up their peripherals, turn on the machine, connect to the internet, and go. Most people will never do that. I've gone a couple of steps further. I built my own PC. That's the next step, is you take your knowledge of having a PC and saying to yourself, you know what? I think I can do one of those myself. I don't want some other guy to build it for me, because guess what? If some other guy builds it for me, he could give me the cheap parts, he could overcharge me, he could also give me defective stuff, and I might have to return it, all that shit. I want to build it myself, which is basically where I was after I got my first PC, because I liked my first PC. My first PC was just fine, but I decided afterwards, I was like, you know what? For my stream PC, which was my first PC build, I want to build it myself. So I built my first stream PC. It was like $1,000, and I was like, okay, I'm going to buy this, this, and this. I watched a guide how to build it, and I was like, you know, this isn't actually that bad. I bet you I could do just fine next time. And then when it came time to upgrade my first PC, and I got the parts for my first PC, I was like, okay, I'm going to take the knowledge that I have from my first build, and I'm going to apply it to this second one here. Let me pull up the picture of this again, just to help you out here. So I took the knowledge of the little one right here. Wow. By the way, the size difference between these two is pretty funny in my personal opinion. But again, this one is literally just meant to open up OBS in my model, and that's it. This one is meant for literally everything that I use. But I took the knowledge from building this, and I was like, okay, I'm going to take this knowledge, I'm going to translate it to this. I'm still going to follow the guide that comes with the motherboard, because every motherboard that you buy comes with a guide. It tells you where everything goes and points out what plugs in where. But I'm going to take the knowledge right next to my Lamborghini, and I'm going to apply it to this. And I built my second PC. And I was like, okay, I built a PC. I built 2 PCs. Now I want to learn how to use them better. Because learning how to play around with your PC more makes it more fun, for me at least. And so I took that budding knowledge and I said to myself, well, what could I do with that? I could learn how to program. That's cool. Once I learn how to program, what else can I do with my PC? And then I discovered what a NAS system is. And NAS is just your network attached storage. That's what it stands for. It's basically a little computer where its only function is to store shit and then give you shit. And that's all it's supposed to do. And so I was like, okay, I want to build a network storage. And that's what led me kind of into a greater field. Because at first I was like, well, let's see how much it costs to buy your own NAS storage from other companies. And it's expensive. Just a 2-drive bay NAS, it can be $200 or $300. And anything above that can be even more. Especially if you want it to be good. If you want it to be a good NAS storage and not just like some shitty one that fails on you. And I was like, okay, maybe I can make my own one. And then I started looking at parts. I bought like a little server rack, a 10-inch rack. And I was like, this is a lot here. We're going to dial back. And I did dial back just a little bit. And I was like, okay, let's go back to the basics, go back and scroll back. And we're kind of at the spot where I am now, where I'm figuring out what I want to do and where I'm going to go. So the first step is that motherboard that I showed you guys, I returned it. I haven't used it, so I returned it, basically. Okay? I returned it, got my money back, and the money that I returned it for, I used to buy this Pi. So the next goal is to play around with the Pi and learn with the Pi. I have signed up for a programming class. A basic one is literally by using BASIC. The programming class is something that is paid for through my work. My work does offer tuition every single year up to a certain amount. This class was only like $150, and it's a 3-month class that I'm going to take to teach me basic programming in the program BASIC. And I'm actually wondering about maybe doing a stream on an off day, showing myself going through my lesson work and learning how to program. And if you guys want to learn how to program with me, maybe we could do something fun together. Hey, maybe one day I'll show up Pirate Software, make my own game. I'll make my own game with blackjack and hookers and all that kind of shit. I don't know. That would be pretty fun. I don't know. But I am learning now how to program. And with that beginner's knowledge, I'm going to take that and expand to other places. Right now, my goal is to build with my Raspberry Pi that I have sitting here. I haven't done anything with it yet. I'm going to probably mess with it tomorrow. I wanted to mess with it today, but I don't have time today because I had to set up for this. I had to do my adulting. I had to go out and do shit. But my plan is to play around with my Raspberry Pi, learn what I can do with it, get started programming with it. I kind of want a little baby screen for it, but that's like... I'm not going to waste money. I have a spare screen that I can use that still semi-works. But my plan is to use my Raspberry Pi to expand my knowledge on programming and all that kind of shit. And once I do that, my plan is to expand even further. I have started writing down notes for a little baby NAS. This is a NAS / network thing, a little server rack that I want to build. So this little server rack I want to build, I actually started writing down notes. I have really complex notes I started writing down. I actually surprised myself. I looked at these and I was like, what the fuck? I don't remember me being this insane and autistic. But I started writing down notes. And right now, my goal is to build a little 4U tall server rack. And the server rack is going to do a couple things. Number one, it's going to be a baby NAS. The goal is to have 2 hard disk drives plugged into one NAS, and I will be showing my progress while going through this. I've done a lot of study, a lot of research. I learned it's very expensive, kind of. The most expensive part is honestly just going to be, the most expensive component right now, it looks like it's just going to be the rack itself. But bit by bit, I'm going to build this little server rack here. I'm actually going to start driving a little bit extra Uber to get more money so that I can, put more money into this. Hearing all this computer stuff is making my brain go static. My apologies. I am not going to talk a lot about this because I did want to get to the drama, and I know you guys are here for the drama, so I'm gonna try and round this out in the next couple of minutes. Then I need to use the restroom, and then we'll start talking about the drama. But basically, this little server is going to do my hard disk. Basically, I want to do some hard disk drives. I'm thinking about 4 to 8 terabytes each, and they are going to be my small attached network storage. And the little Raspberry Pi is going to be attached inside this little server rack. I've already ordered. Now, I have not ordered a lot because a lot of this shit is expensive. But I've already ordered a small aluminum plate that I'm going to be using to mount the Raspberry Pi into the machine. I'm also looking at 3D printed parts for some of this other stuff. I've contacted a 3D printing company that is going to print these parts for me. And then once I get the little rack, I am going to start tinkering and putting this stuff together. Now, the little server rack I have slotted out for 2 to 3. Actually, it can hold up to 4 Raspberry Pis. I'm only going to do 1 to 2 for right now. But the first one is going to be for this NAS and setting up this NAS. And then eventually I want to buy a second Raspberry Pi. And then the second Raspberry Pi, I'll do whatever the heck I want with it. I am excited. All right? I'm excited. Very, very excited to start learning all this. The overall eventual goal is to further my education with this kind of stuff. Further my knowledge on software and computing and all that kind of shit. Plus, there's a lot of things that I have discovered in the last couple of weeks where it's just like, you know what? There's a lot of cool shit that I could build and do, and it could benefit me primarily. If it benefits me, that's fantastic, and benefiting my business. But it will also benefit my friends. It'll benefit my friends. I've already talked with my family, and I think it could benefit some of my family. And so the goal is just a server. I want to build my own server. Minecraft server. You know, that should be on the list as well. I also want to make a server for video games as well. Mostly for friends and me. There we go. That'll be that's like a very long future project. But yeah, I've got a lot of shit. I wrote down a lot of notes for this little server rack that I want to build. I've done some sketching. I'm not done writing down notes because I have a lot of things I want to get down here. But yeah, gonna make data structure stream next year. Comparing shell sort. Maybe. I mean, if you guys want to see me learn how to do programming, I can do that. Like I said, maybe I'll do a stream where I show you my programming and stuff. But yeah, that's what I'm working on. I don't know. My TISM is kind of... I mean, here's what I will say. You have to set up a reverse proxy. Oh, don't worry. I will be working on that as well. I am a very big beginner in all this stuff. I sound very smart. I'll be honest. Again, I am still at the door when it comes to all of this stuff. I am not smart whatsoever. I am not smart whatsoever. I am just at the door, but I would like to learn. I would like to learn because this is something that I am passionate about. I am extremely excited to do, and I feel like I can actually build something useful for me and for my family. And hey, maybe one day I can focus on building something that could be useful for my audience as well. Maybe. I have no idea. But that's what I'm working on. That's the thing, and I don't know. I don't know. It's been something that extremely fascinates me, and I'm interested in furthering and further edifying myself in this. And the best part is that I can bring you guys along for the journey, and you guys can experience it, and you guys can benefit from it. Maybe I can teach you guys something. Maybe you get interested into all that kind of stuff. You're inspiring me. Hey, an ad blocker. I was thinking about, I'm not thinking about making my own, but I was thinking about looking into a home ad blocker, because that's something Temp showed me you can make, and I thought that was kind of neat. Don't know how I would do that just yet, but that is something I'm looking into. Anyway, all of this to say is I'm on a journey. I'm on a journey for learning how to do my own home lab server shit. Start my Terry arc, my Terry A. Davis arc. Do I need to make my own operating system? I could make my own operating system. It'd be Yippee OS, and all it would be is just a picture of a Yippee with Yip OS at the bottom. I don't know. I don't know. By the way, chat, don't forget to like the stream. Like the stream. Share the stream if you have not done so already. Consider hitting the goal so the Yippee doesn't eat the Raspberry Pi. Because like I said, I own a Raspberry Pi now, but the Yippee is looking at it, and it doesn't recognize that the Raspberry Pi is not for eating. So if you donate, you can get her something to eat so she doesn't eat the Raspberry Pi. You can make a Yippee phone. I don't know. If I get deep in there, maybe we could. I don't know. Anyway, that's really all I have to say about this. I am planning on making some videos tracking my journey. I want to look into the home labbing community. I talked very briefly with one of the people in it, and he said that the people in the community are very nice when it comes to this kind of shit. So I'm going to start looking into it, maybe see if I could talk to some people, learn some more stuff, and go from there. Anyway, that's about it when it comes to the home labbing shit. The next update for that will be a little while, because I have a Raspberry Pi, and the next time I'll update you guys is when I start doing stuff with the Raspberry Pi and start doing programming stuff. But otherwise, there's not going to be a lot of physical showing of stuff until I can. And I do plan to do some videos showing off physical stuff when I have the ability to. Anyway, I need to use the restroom. Mom really has to use the restroom. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to use the restroom. When I get back, we're going to start talking about stuff. All right? I said that we would judge some desks. I think we'll do that a little bit later. All right? We'll do that a little bit later. For now, we have a couple of topics. All right, we have a couple of topics here to talk about. I'm gonna let you guys vote. I'm gonna let you guys vote on what you want to talk about. Tell me if you want to talk about press 1 if you want to talk about Cracker Barrel first, or press 2 if you want to talk about Minecraft getting sued. All right, 1 for Cracker Barrel, 2 for Minecraft. All right. And I do have a video for videos for both. Like I said, this is gonna be a long stream day, so I hope you're excited and you're ready to strap in. So 1 for Cracker Barrel, 2 for Minecraft. Both are gonna get done today. Anyway, I'll be back in 2 minutes, and then we'll get started. Ew. Ew, ew, ew. It's Christmas music. Why the fuck? That's much better. All right. I have some super chats. Let me get those out of the way, by the way. Festiva for 2. Gyat Yip wants to be free. There's no Gyat Yip. But, you know, I guess if you want to make one, you can. I just probably won't. I'll probably have to hide her in the corner. Mercenary for 2. Parrot 4chan made a video. What's the video about? I'm curious. Mercenary again for 2. Don't get rid of DVDs. Yes. And then Mercenary again for 2. You better not forget the elephant, Yippee. Never. The elephant in the room, Yippee. The Gyat Yip has been made. Are you talking about the big stronk one? Is that the one you're talking about? If that's the one you're talking about, yeah, she gets to sit in the corner. Let me look here. It looks like you guys want desk review, so we'll try and make sure we get that done today. That'll be later. All right, let's see. We've got a lot of 2s. Got a lot of 2s. All right, it looks like we're probably going to do Minecraft first. Either way is fine with me. Either way is fine with me. But Minecraft first. All right. All right. So, chat. And I do have Minecraft in the background, by the way. I do have Minecraft in the background. Oh, thank you for the 200 bits. Here's my tribute to Don Yippee. Well, Don Yippee appreciates that. I feel like Don Yippee would just be a Yippee with short hair, a bit of a gut, and some pizza. or a panini. Or maybe a panini with a barrel in it. Because it's a gun or a hidden... I don't know. I don't know. Anyway. Let's move on to Minecraft. That or Yip Capone. Yip Capone. That would be funny. Or a couple of cannolis. A couple of cannolis would work as well. Alright. So, chat. Let's talk about Mojang getting sued. Okay. This is something that I've kind of... I saw this video a long time ago. I don't think I ever reported on it because it's one of those things where I wasn't quite sure. But it is something that has been brought up twice now. Once when it first came out. And then a second time a couple of days ago when a class action was announced. So let's talk about this. Also, I will tell you guys right now, I sent this over to Andrew because Andrew, I actually asked him. I was like, didn't you do contracts? And he said yes. I was like, okay, you should look at this then. You should look at this then. Because the lawsuit in question is over Mojang's EULA, basically. For those that don't know, Minecraft has a massive problem in it. By the way, this is the YouTube channel. Minecraft has a massive problem in it. The first problem is that they technically have rules against gambling in Minecraft. They don't want you to gamble. They don't want little kids to gamble. But servers still do it anyway. They still allow people to spend money in these servers for virtual items. Basically like gotcha. It's basically gotchas in servers. But it also sucks. The rates suck, and the people that do it, in my personal opinion, are kind of scummy. However, there's a lot of gray moral area when it comes to that stuff because, and I've done a lot of research into that personal autistic topic of mine, where I'm kind of like studying how all that shit works because I also kind of like have a I don't host a server, but I pay for a server. How does that work in Minecraft? Okay, so here's how it works. The way it works is you spend real money on a website to buy a virtual item, just like you would in a video game. You basically pay the website takes your Minecraft username, then you get in game, it gives you the virtual item, basically. I don't know all of the little programming shit. Like I said, Chad, I'm not an engineer just yet. I'm not a Mutahar engineer just yet, but I am a budding engineer. I am a budding engineer. And what I will tell you is basically you buy an item on the server's website And then on the server's website, once they match up your username with the person that paid, they give you the in-game item. Basically, think of it like going to a casino. Only the casino is inside a game, and you're using in-game items to draw other items, basically. And that's a massive problem, because even though Minecraft is for everybody, Minecraft is primarily a game that a lot of kids will work on or play on. And so this is a pretty big issue, because in these Minecraft servers where all these kids are hanging out, that is typically something that a lot of them buy into. A lot of them get into a server. The server will ask them to pay for money, and then the kid will pay for it. Basically, it's like pachinko parlors. Yeah, but I feel like a pachinko parlor is way more fun than just a Minecraft server where you pay money. And I've watched pachinko parlors. Those look way more fun than just because here's the thing: pachinko parlors, I feel like you get way more out of a couple of dollars of balls than you do out of just like going into a Minecraft server to roll for digital items. I don't know. That's me. But maybe that's just because I like looking at physical machines, and the physical pachinko machines look very fun. And that's besides the point. Anyway. So this is a problem that's been around for a long time. And this individual, Kian Bros, I don't know they're not American. They live in the EU, I am pretty sure. They made a gun mod, or they made, or not even a mod. They added guns to Minecraft without mods. And then Minecraft changed their... Do you guys remember, by the way, that Minecraft changed their rules to say, hey, you can't have guns or weapons in Minecraft that we don't like, one of those being guns? That's basically what this is going to be about. There's also, I believe there's also an element to this that, where he's also going to be talking about the EULA in terms of gambling and shit, and so we're gonna talk about that as well. But basically, this individual here, in two videos here. We're going to watch this one first. We're going to watch this one first because this one is where it started off 8 months ago. It's got quite a lot of traction. A lot of people looked at it. Okay? And then we're going to look at this one that came out a couple of days ago, because this is where he's saying he wants to sue, and this is where he says he is suing, basically. So that's kind of like the context you got to understand here. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to go through both videos. I'm going to give my thoughts and opinions, my uneducated, unknowledgeable opinions on all of this. And we're just gonna go through it here. And yeah, that's basically it. Like the stream, by the way. Deeply appreciate it. Minecraft lied about their contract and changes of which they lied. Yes. We're gonna get to that. No spoilers. No spoilers, chat. No spoilers here. Let me pop it out. I do have my own game of Minecraft in the background, which I've been messing around, adding mods, taking out mods, changing things here and there. I also have to edit the world just a little bit because my world got a little bit fucked up by removing a mod that adds more biomes, and I was like, I'm not quite sure what that's going to do. Well, that's what it did. I'm going to have to physically go into these there's a way to reset chunks, and I'm going to do that. Most of them. I'm going to reset most of the chunks. Like this, I'm going to reset I'm going to reset these chunks here. I'm going to reset this one here because this one's all broken. I'm going to reset a lot of chunks because a lot of them were broken when I removed the biome mod. Like this one right here. This is supposed to be like a plains area here. I'm just going to fix that. Going to delete that. I'm going to fix that. But there's some I'm not going to fix, like this, because that's cool looking and I think that's neat. So I'm going to keep that in, but and this in. I'm also going to keep these in because this looks pretty neat. I like this. This I'm going to keep in. This I'm going to keep in. I might be keeping the custom villages here, but like these I'm going to keep in. Everything else I'm just going to have to go back in with a chunk fixer and fix the chunks because some of the chunks are broken. And it should be just fine. I'm going to make a backup of the world before I do because it's kind of broken. Stream crash for anyone? It might just be you. F5 if your stream is crashing. But anyway, without further ado, we're going to get into suing Minecraft because they broke the law and pissed me off by Kian Bros. And here, let me get a link to this video. So if you would like to watch this video on your own time, or if you would like to follow it, you can let me do that. There you go. Enjoy.
This is Minecraft, a block game created in 2011 by Mojang, which I'm suing for breaking the law and pissing me off. But to understand what...
I'm gonna be honest with you. I appreciate the honesty. Some people will not say that they're suing because they got pissed off, but I appreciate this guy's honesty. He's just coming out and saying, I am suing them because they pissed me off. Now, again, I do believe, and I watched this video when it came out 8 months ago. I want to say, yeah, I watched it when it first came out. And I believe the reason why he is suing is because of the gun thing. Because what he's going to say, if I remember correctly, what he's going to say is basically that he was allowed to do this until he wasn't allowed to do this, and now he's suing them because of breach of contract, if that basically makes sense. They got censorship plan wrong. They were supposed to ban prawn stuff, not gun stuff. Oh, okay. Okay. I see. Anyway, let's continue.
Why I'm doing this, we need to go back to December of 2022. You see, Minecraft is a game where anyone can add anything, even if it wasn't part of the original game. And what I wanted to do was recreate an old game I used to play in 2013 called MC War that unfortunately shut down. And after months of development and growing the community that was eager to play the game on launch, we finally set the release date to the 2nd of June of 2023. And this is where everything went wrong. Because only one day after posting the release date, a tweet was posted stating that Mojang Enforcement, basically the guys that enforce the terms of service, threatened to take down a server called GTM because a new directive from Mojang leadership had determined that guns and weapons are considered non-compliant features under the adult content requirement for commercial usage servers, and that they now have to be completely removed because they're against the brand guidelines, usage guidelines.
Yeah, so Mojang basically changed their rule. This is something that really, I hate EULAs. EULAs are the worst things in the world, because they can be changed at any point for any reason, and you really can't do anything about it. In my personal, like, I legitimately, well, actually, I mean, there is kind of a lot. You could sue the company, which is what this guy is doing. But I don't like EULAs because they do this kind of shit. Although it is important to remember that most EULAs aren't really enforceable in court, because they are not really, all they are is really just their acceptable terms. And so, God only knows if, like, they took him to court, if that would do anything. But yeah, so basically, as he says here, he wanted to recreate a server, which I kind of understand that. It's kind of like, when the people behind Toontown Rewritten wanted to recreate Toontown, and, they did it, which I probably should get back to playing eventually. And Mojang came out and said, you can't do that because we don't want guns in our game anymore. And curious, chat. Curious. Mojang don't want guns in their game because guns are evil, guns are scary, and if we allow children to play a game with guns in it, even if it's a game that is moddable for anybody, Mojang doesn't want to. Mojang doesn't want that in there. I don't get. I get it, but by the same token, I don't get it because it's just like, I don't care, and you shouldn't care either. I don't know. I really don't like I don't know. Toontown Rewritten is getting an update soon. They already have had an update, like last year, and I really enjoyed it, and I enjoyed all the new bosses. But I need to get back into it so I can finish out my gag track, which sounds very weird if you say it out of context. Anyway, yeah, that's basically what he's saying.
And end-user license agreement. So basically, after months of development and thousands of...
I love that. By the way, I will say, I like this guy's editing. This guy does a pretty good job with his editing. I do appreciate it. Not sure if I would ever use his editing style in any of my videos, but I do like this guy's editing style. I think it's pretty funny. No, they're getting a whole new playground. Yes, I know. I'm excited for it, and I will be playing it when it comes out because I'm so excited for it. It'll be my new background game for a little while. But yeah.
$1 spent on marketing, yes, this thing costs $1,000. Everything was completely wasted because it's now prohibited. So as you can imagine...
I forgot about this. So part of the reason why I think he's extremely pissed off, which I'm going to be honest with you, I'd be pissed off too, is he spent a shit ton of money in advertising. Because Minecraft. So the way that Mojang does this, and I'm going to be honest with you, I really don't like the way that Mojang hosts servers, because Mojang, by the way, hosts servers. I'm gonna have to quit. Yeah, I will. So my Mojang has this thing called Realms, and not Realm. Yeah, it's kind of like Realms, but it's basically, there are these servers that Mojang can advertise for you. You can put up and you can connect with, and he spent money basically trying to advertise to get that server out. Realms, I don't know if it's like Realms, but I feel like it's, I don't know the minutiae of it, because I'm not really smart when it comes to Minecraft servers. All I know is this is the Minecraft server I know. I really don't know Realms. I really don't know how Bedrock servers are advertised, but basically he wanted to build something and advertise it on their proprietary stuff, and basically it was a gun server. It was basically like a GTA server. It's not like a GTA server, but it was basically like a GTA server. And because it had to do with guns, they came out and said he can't do it. It's like, okay, I just wasted $1,000, and I don't know if this is $1,000 USD or $1,000 in whatever his currency is. Again, I don't know what his nationality is. I think he's Swedish. I think. Don't quote me on that, but I think he's Swedish. I don't know if Atari. Well, I don't know if Atari is here. He might be somewhere else. But if Atari was here, he might be able to confirm it. He knows his kind. His mistake was going Bedrock. If he did go Bedrock, yeah, that is his mistake. He should not. Don't go Bedrock. Going Bedrock is like going full retard. And chat, you never go full retard. Boop. There we go. He's Swedish. Okay, that's kind of what I thought. But anyway, yeah, that is kind of an issue. Don't go with Bedrock on this kind of shit. Don't go with Bedrock. Just do a regular Java server. But even still, he has the potential to get in trouble because Mojang is saying we don't want guns. And here's a problem that I have noticed with Mojang. Mojang is, and I think this is probably a Microsoft thing, probably. Actually, no, I don't think it is a Microsoft thing, because Microsoft came out and said this is not us that asked for this. Mojang has added a lot of features that a lot of people don't like. One of those being like chat reporting. I don't know if people remember, chat reporting exists in Minecraft now. I don't think you can report chats in single player, but that'd be funny if you could. But you have this thing called chat reporting now, where if somebody says something you don't like, you could report it. And if Mojang determines that their chatting is non-conducive to a healthy environment, they could just ban you from playing online. So you could go from somebody that plays online in Minecraft to being forced to not play online, and you'll have to buy a new Minecraft account, which is extremely retarded in my personal opinion. You shouldn't be allowed to do that, and it's extremely dumb. I don't like chat reporting whatsoever. I understand why it could be useful, but it should not be up to Mojang to ban entire accounts from all servers, because that's what it does. If you get banned because of your chat reporting, you're banned basically from all Minecraft servers. And you have to make an entirely new account if you want to participate in the Mojang ecosystem. And so that's one of the more recent things that they've been doing that people don't like. The changing of their EULA to ban guns like this is another one, and it's pissing people off. It's pissing a lot of people off, if I'm going to be completely real with you. It pissed me off because I was like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this? I really don't give a shit if people are playing with guns, and I really don't care about the chat reporting feature. In fact, I actually told people, back when I used to have another server, I told people, I was like, listen, don't use Minecraft's chat function, the little chat function here. Don't use the Minecraft chat function, because idiots could come on and accidentally report you, and it could get you banned. Do you want Minecraft COD lobbies? I don't care. If somebody else wants to have one, I feel like they should be allowed to have one, because, like, who cares? You know, it's Minecraft. Make whatever you want, if that makes sense. I guess I'll never touch Minecraft. I mean, like, it's one of those things where I still love Minecraft. Minecraft is one of those games that I still love. It's definitely giving me the same vibes and feels as, like, the whole internet censorship thing, which, you know, it is what it is. I'm kind of bored talking about that kind of shit. But, like, my problem is that they're adding a whole bunch of things that people don't like. And this is just another thing where it's just like, why'd you do this? Nobody loves this. Nobody likes this at all. Everybody thinks that what you added is objectively bad, and nobody loves you for doing it, basically. And so and that's his complaint basically, is they're adding a whole bunch of shit that nobody gives a shit about, and nobody likes it.
And all servers that contained guns basically entered panic mode because we were all about to be annihilated by Mojang. A group with all of these owners was created to discuss and potentially negotiate, asking very valid questions such as, how come servers that have had firearms for well over a decade so far have never had any issues but are suddenly prohibited? Why is it okay for Mojang's own marketplace, where they get a cut of every sale, to have guns when we don't get to have them?
Oh yeah, that's right, I forgot. I forgot about that. Yeah, so chat, for those of you who actually do use Minecraft and have played Minecraft, you'll know that there is such a thing as mods. I have mods installed on this little server right now. It is a little cute little Minecraft vanilla light kind of deal. I have a couple of mods in here that I felt like makes my experience better. Storage drawers being one of them. But they're what's the right word? They're not supported by Mojang officially. All of the mods are not supported officially by Mojang. They don't have any say about it. In fact, they will actively tell you to be careful with anything that you install because they can't verify the integrity of any of the mods that are put on the platform. But Mojang, does have official official mod support. It's just you have to pay for it on their platform, if that makes sense. So what they have is essentially on Mojang's store, you can buy what they call add-ons. It's really a fancy way of just saying mods, but they have add-ons, and most of these add-ons are more likely than not just the same mod that is on the unsupported version of Java, or they are just little add-ons that people have decided to make, and they can be original. Or, and this is another bit of contention that people have, is some of these add-ons are actually stolen from the original mod creators, and there really isn't a whole lot people can do about them. But the point that he's bringing up is the add-ons that are showing up on the store, some of them also have guns. That isn't, the Jenny mod is included. I don't think the Jenny mod would be included, because it's a sex mod, basically. I don't think the Jenny mod is included. But what he is saying here, and this is extremely frustrating, and I agree that this is extremely frustrating, is that essentially Minecraft does have gun mods on there, but they have their approved gun mods on there. Let's actually see if we can scroll back a bit to see if we can look at those. I'm gonna pause here. Yeah, they have their own gun. Look, I mean, these aren't real. These are not real guns. Look at these right here. Look at this. These are not real guns. This is not a real gun. These are fake firearms. They're obviously meant to be little cartoony depictions of firearms. But that doesn't matter, in my personal opinion, because they're still guns, and they probably still operate like a firearm in the video game. And they're little silly little add-ons. Again, like, oh, here's actually a really good place of the marketplace here. Yeah, these are little add-ons that you can buy, and they're all guns. It's just like, hold on a moment. Why is all of these fantasy firearms okay? They're fantasy firearms. But like, if I want to add my Glock 19 or my friend's 45, or if I want to add a 1911 or a Desert Eagle, like what's wrong with that? Why can't I have any of that? You know what I mean? Like, what's wrong with all of that? Why can you have add-ons that are guns, but we can't make our own little servers? If that makes sense.
From Mojang's own marketplace, where they get a cut of every sale, to have guns when we don't get to have them.
Oh yeah, it's also important to mention, by the way, as he said here, Mojang makes a 30% cut of any add-on that is sold. So let's say you add an add-on for like $10, $15. Mojang gets 30% of that sale, which is about how much YouTube takes every single month. I mean, like, that's not horrible, but like, that's still the hypocrisy is, why is Mojang making money off of selling these add-ons, not mods? Why is Mojang making money on add-ons when when people aren't allowed to sell them in other places? That's like where the crux of the problem comes in, if that makes sense. There's a lot of weapon add-ons, including guns on Marketplace. There you go. there you go. I mean, if like there are actual real firearms that are on there, that makes it even worse in my personal opinion. So I don't know. That just makes it even more gross.
And what exactly do they mean by guns and weapons and suitable for children? Because it's totally not like there are thousands of games that literally have guns and weapons in them that are made for children. And it's totally not...
Okay, I see all the examples he used. I agree with some of them. I don't think that I don't think that Genshin or Honkai Impact is a game made for children. I feel like that doesn't work here. All right, it's very obvious that Genshin and Honkai are definitely not. I mean, like, kids can still play them. I've seen a lot of whiny, bitchy teenagers play them, but I don't feel like it's. I don't feel like I would say that those fit. I see what he's saying here. I get what he's saying, and I kind of agree with him. But by the same token, I don't think I would count those personally.
Like Minecraft itself has explosive crossbows, which are a firearm in most jurisdictions, by the way. Gunpowder, bombs, swords, poison, insulation, slavery. You get the idea. To which Mojang...
He just includes slavery. He just... Oh, that's great. That's fantastic. I've also never really considered a firework crossbow to be a firearm, but it does make sense because you are essentially firing a projectile that uses gunpowder. Yeah, that makes sense. Genshin was half because of the whole Zelda clone thing they had going. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Slavery is wild? Yeah, slavery is wild. By the way, chat, villager farm coming up eventually. I need to build a building specifically to breed some village. I have a village, actually, not too far away from here, right over here. There's a tunnel that actually connects to here. I'm going to come and grab some of these villagers and take them back with me.
Conveniently ignoring half these points, replied that this recent directive from Mojang leadership wasn't for guns and weapons, but was purely for guns and firearms. Isn't that change convenient? But hey, what would I know? It's not like Mojang hides information from the public for illicit reasons, right? This is called foreshadowing. So since Mojang didn't exactly explain what qualified as a real-life weapon, we went ahead and asked, is this a weapon? What about this? Which they, again, completely ignored. And after demanding more answers, they eventually said on June 13th that the key decision makers are on holiday. So I guess we just have to wait until these key decision makers stop being on vacation.
My gosh, then I would that would piss me off. Listen, if the guys that are supposed to decide the fate of my mod are on vacation, just don't tell me they're on vacation. Because I'll be like, I don't give a fuck. I would just say, tell me when they get back then, please, because I don't care.
Hey, it's not like it's gonna take
How many months?
6
months. That's a long holiday.
Reply. And
wow.
The thing about having your entire project's existence be based off of the decision of a CEO that is on vacation is that you can't really justify investing into development or marketing when it could all go to shit if they don't change their minds. We were essentially told that even though the decision is not final, guns are okay for now, which is a different way of saying, but we will be changing our minds later. We just can't afford any more bad press right now because this entire thing has hit the news and got millions of people to be mad at us for being assholes. And while that could have been the end of it, while these assholes spent half a year replying, I was investigating whether this entire fiasco could have been illegal. And oh boy, this entire fiasco started because a new directive reinterpreted adult content in the End User License Agreement, in other words EULA, to include guns and firearms and hence prohibit them. These clauses that are written in the EULA are more commonly known as a terms of service. This is what's called a click wrap agreement. It's the thing that forces you to check it before signing up for a service. It's essentially a set of rules that you have to follow when using the service, but the thing you have to understand is that this is a type of legally binding agreement or otherwise contract. And unlike some third world countries like the United States, where companies can get away with writing anything into the contract like, you can't sue us because we said so, Mojang is in Sweden, and Sweden is in Europe, and in Europe we are supposed to have competent governments that have things like consumer protection laws and...
Okay. Competent government. Oh man, competent... Listen, I will agree that your consumer laws much better than America's. All right, I agree that America could stand to gain a little bit of knowledge when it comes to consumer protection laws. But please do not spit in my face and say that you have a competent government when your government right now is trying to arrest people simply for pointing out that they are trying to arrest people for pointing out that your government sucks. All right? All right, I will agree that you have better protections for consumers, but that's about all you have. Everything else that you have is shit. All right, let's continue.
And contract law. Note how I said supposed to. This is important for later. In Mojang's first email, they say that under the new directive, guns and firearms are not compliant. They follow it up saying that these activities are specifically prohibited by the Mojang brand guidelines, guidelines that literally do not exist, but which they cite multiple times anyways, the commercial guidelines, and the EULA. Now, let's go ahead and look at the actual contract for these specific prohibitions. And oh, would you look at that? It hasn't been updated at all since April of 2020, which is over 3 years ago. And these specific prohibitions that they mentioned are nowhere to be found. It's almost as if they pulled it out of their ass. Remember how I mentioned that it's not like Mojang hides information from the public for illicit reasons, right? Well, it turns out that this new directive that prohibits guns, which Mojang enforces as if it was part of the EULA, isn't actually on the EULA. So this information is hidden, only known to Mojang, and not written anywhere. And since it can't be found anywhere and is literally pulled out of their ass, they can change it as many times as they want. Which they have. Yeah, so this is the problem, is, MommaOcco, you're a poor skin. No, so this is the problem. Mojang is stating that there is a magical law that they have put in, and it's not a law, a magical set of rules that they have put in that it prohibits you from doing certain things. But it's not actually mentioned anywhere. It's just something that they say exists. And that right there is one big part of the... I mean, there's multiple problems here, but that's one part of the issue, is that they're citing something that doesn't actually exist. 3 times. Now, you might be asking what the problem is, since at the end they did tell us what we need to do to comply. And you see, Sweden and Europe, which Sweden is a part of, have these things called consumer protection laws and contract law that dictate how a contract is allowed to be written. And by looking just a little bit in Europe's website, you can see that contracts must be fair, transparent, and cannot have unfair terms. Like, for example, a get-out clause such as all permissions and consents may be revoked at any time if we think that it is appropriate to do so, or we don't like what you are doing. If that doesn't sound... Oh, that's funny. That's literally like when a streamer comes out and says, I can ban you from my chat just because I don't like you. Which, I mean, to be fair, a streamer can do that. It kind of is unfair, you know. It just kind of is a little bit unfair, but it's true, you know. But that's an entire company. It's a little bit bigger. If it's an entire company that's doing that, that's a little bit of a problem, in my opinion. Sound like a get-out clause. Hidden terms. One-sided changes to a contract. One-sided changes to a product or service. One-sided interpretation of the contract. Doesn't that sound familiar? And after contacting the European Union's legal advisors, I was told that misleading omissions, basically hiding information, is a form of unfair commercial practice where Mojang fails to give information to the consumer. And that all relevant information needs to be present, and that it's also misleading omission if Mojang provides the consumer with information. I just noticed something. He's got a Oh, if you need Subway Surfers, there you go. There you go. Awesome. Oh, that's great. That's great. You can watch streamer for free, but you're banned from Minecraft and you lost your money. Yeah. I got banned from a streamer because I said you're looking at your phone. It was spilling the milk. You talk about pirate software. EULAs are basically unenforceable. Yes, pretty much all of them are. Oh, that's good. What did I miss? Nothing much. I'm laughing at this up here in the corner here. I love that. But does so in an unclear, unintelligible, or ambiguous, loosely worded way. It's almost as if they're not allowed to have hidden clauses, where I am then encouraged to sue before the home court, because all the time and resources I put into my project have essentially gone to shit. So now that we've covered that Mojang hiding shit from the public in a contract is illegal under European consumer protection laws, on top of things like the contra pro forentum doctrine, which basically says that if something is loosely worded, I'm the one that gets to choose how to interpret it. But Kian, why go through... Oh, that's good. Again, that's the European... A lot of this stuff, by the way, I should bring up. He is bringing a lawsuit. We're going to watch the other video where he talks about it. A lot of what he's going to talk about, I don't think is something that we as Americans can probably enjoy. If you're an American right now, a lot of this probably won't ever apply to you because you're American. But
if it does change Minecraft's EULA, there's a chance it could change in other places as well. Because that's kind of how it works. Also, the shit that's going on with Stop Killing Games could also influence this as well. I don't know to what extent. I could be completely wrong or off base. I am just assuming that it could possibly do that. Do some parkour, you're already in Minecraft? Fair. Fair. I got banned for calling a streamer a Nepo baby, despite him admitting he was one.
All this trouble. This is probably just a mistake by Mojang. A one-off thing. It's not like Mojang does a ton more illegal shit. Right? Now, when all of this started, I never wanted this to be a lawsuit. I simply expected Mojang to not be assholes and be reasonable. And the way I tried to do this was by collecting all of this information and sending it to media outlets and news sources, knowing that it would create a ton of backlash that Mojang simply couldn't ignore.
Mojang is set to release,
according to their new guidelines,
Mojang no longer being the kind company.
It didn't work.
Yeah, so this is one of those things also where he contacted a bunch of people. I remember when these videos came out, I watched a couple of the people that started covering this kind of shit. And I was kind of blown away seeing all of the people that decided to start talking about it. But it shows me that a lot of these people really take issue with it. And I mean, I kind of take issue with it as well. I imagine a lot of people would take issue with it. Because what you have is, you have Mojang, a company that decides whenever they want to change something about their EULA. And you really can't do anything about it. And you got to just deal or get fucked, essentially. Spats, I don't know who Spats is. I just know a couple of the other ones. I got banned from a small VTuber that sims for Rima because I dared defend a Mizu. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know which VTuber that is, but that's kind of cringe, not gonna lie. Either way, but he tried public pressure first. In my personal opinion, you probably should have just sued him, or probably should have just said, "I will sue you if you don't fuck off and fix this." I don't know. I just think it's funny that he's like, I tried to do this first, but then we're gonna go do other stuff.
Though the information got millions of views, Mojang just played the good old do nothing and the problem will just go away. But now I am here, you pieces of shit. But then while we were waiting 6 months,
he gets a little bit, I don't know if pretentious is the right word. He gets a little bit spicy. I notice that he won't stop saying shit. I don't really care. I think it's kind of funny. He just keeps going on and saying it. But I that's something I noticed, that he just keeps saying shit over and over and over again. And he doesn't stop, by the way.
Months for the key figures to stop being on vacation, on the 2nd of August 2023, Mojang did the worst thing they've ever done. They updated the EULA that had been unchanged since 2020 and tried to hide the fact that they had changed it by not telling anyone about it and releasing it at the same time as a major game update.
Snapshot content, really cool. EULA changes, very important. Which one gets announced on Twitter? The snapshot. Is one being used to mask the other?
Putting all of their efforts into marketing the...
I could definitely... Now, obviously, there's no proof. You don't really know that for sure. But I could definitely see that they updated the EULA. They don't really tell people about it, and then they're just gonna drop it. They're just gonna drop it, you know. No, I don't like that. I would struggle to think that anybody is okay with that. So I don't know. That's really dumb of Mojang to do, in my personal opinion. I don't know. That's pretty crazy. Temp has more subs than him. Oh, that's funny. Fair enough.
The game update so people wouldn't notice the EULA update. They never notified anybody about it. Now, under consumer protection laws, when a company changes its terms of service, it is required to notify its users about said changes before they take effect. Which is the reason you get all of these annoying emails that say, hey, we've changed our terms of service.
By the way, oh, excuse me. Press 1 if you actually ever read the EULA changes. When a company comes and says, hey, by the way, we updated our terms of service, just letting you know about it. Does anybody ever actually, I am genuinely curious, does anybody ever read that? Does anybody pay attention to that? I try to. I really do try to. Don't always do that good at actually following through. But that is something I try to do, because if they change something massive, oh, fuck, that's the wrong color. Damn it. I just wasted that. I don't want dark oak. I want spruce instead. Damn it. Give me some more chests. Thank God I have plenty of wood. But yeah, I try to read it, but I don't typically. Only for bank and PayPal. Depends on what it is. Fair enough. I can't understand the words of Eula. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Let's see. That is spruce. Anyway, let's continue.
Mojang tried covering.
But anyway, the point that it really bothers me is he's like, they changed it without telling anybody. And I don't like that. If you change, this is what, again, the reason why this matters is because in the EU they have these special laws, and you are required to tell people if you make changes, when you make changes, essentially. And Mojang didn't do that. They just changed it. And now people are recognizing that they just changed it. My bet is nobody knew except for maybe him and a couple other people. And guess what? They probably knew because it was affecting them at the time. That's what makes this really crazy, is you probably don't even know it happened because they didn't say anything. The only Eula I actively look at is the Eula from Genshin. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm illiterate. That's fair. That's why, I mean, listen, if you're illiterate, that's completely fine. I won't make fun of you, but that's why I'm here. I'm a streamer, and I'll tell you what it means. I'm not a lawyer, so don't listen to me. Go to Ask Legal Mindset what the EULA means. Also, like the stream.
Bring it up. But not only did Mojang not notify anybody of these changes on top of covering it up, but they also added that
these guidelines may change as time goes by. We reserve the right to change our minds at any time. So don't count on these guidelines always being here. It is up to you to check back. To see
Yeah, so I don't think this is legal, by the way. And I think this is actually, again, because of consumer protection laws in the EU. This is one of the, this is why I think that they're getting sued, because they're not allowed to do this. You're not, man. Again, I wish that the U.S. would adopt some of these laws, because it's just like, if it's illegal in their area, if it was illegal here, man, that would be so nice. Very nice, Trump. You should. I know that you're busy with a lot of other stuff, but if you did this, man, that would be nice. It would be really nice if it was illegal everywhere, but yeah, basically Mojang came out and said, if we decide to change our minds and fuck you over, we can, and it is your job to read and make sure we didn't actually fuck you over, so that you don't get banned from our service. That's essentially what they did. Is we're here to just do whatever we want, and it's your job to make sure that you stay up to date with that kind of thing. And now technically, it is your job to keep up to date, but they still should tell you first that they're doing it. Otherwise, you're gonna get what this guy is doing. That's the thing, chat. If they informed people, I doubt he would have something to sue on. I mean, maybe he would, but because they decided not to tell anybody, they just decided to change it and not say anything. My bet is that's the argument that he is going to use, is that they did massive changes to their platform. They didn't tell anybody, and now I feel like I have I am not able to enjoy the product in the way that I should be able to, and I want basic. Yeah. Have I seen that Kirsch finally rebranded the Korsh, and now we have a Korsh 2? Okay, cool. Is it like the new Coke? Is it like new Coke? That's I don't know. Oh goodness. Hold on. Anyway, let's continue.
If these guidelines have changed.
And you bet I wasn't gonna let them get.
Hold on, let me look. Oh, is this a joke based off of the brand thing? Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about that afterwards. Oh, that. Is it not gonna let me open it? All right. Anyway, I see the joke here. I see the joke. It's funny. It's funny. We're good, but that's cute.
Get away with hiding that. After analyzing the contract and putting all the shitty parts together, I sent the information forward to basically everyone. And oh boy.
Mojang updated its EULA.
Minecraft has gone full 1984.
We have been ignored breaking laws every single time.
Released on the same
to
day.
enforce it however they want.
Now, to say that this blew up in their face would be a little bit of an understatement. It got so bad that
a handful of creators were reached out to by Mojang and given a heads up. Attached were answers and guidance to clear up the confusion.
That's right.
I forgot about, I remember watching Ant Venom when he talked. Okay, unironically, I need to know, how many of you are OG Ant Venom fans? I am curious. I've watched Ant Venom ever since I was a teenager. It is really crazy to know the guy I watched when I was a teenager is still making content today. I mean, like, if he's successful at it, congratulations, Ant Venom. I'm glad that you're able to consistently continue to make content and it still works for you. But holy shit, that is insane to know that a guy that I watched when I was basically a teenager, over a decade and a half later, is still basically making content. That is crazy.
Right, select figures were grouped up by Mojang and given information that wasn't publicly available to try and calm it down a bit. Information that should be present in the contract by law. And just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, they forced every single one of these members to sign a non-disclosure agreement that forbids them from giving out any information that they were told for a contract that should be publicly available. I bet they didn't think I'd find out, but I know lots of things.
Lots of things.
So now that we've covered that they hide changes from the contract, force select people to sign non-disclosure agreements for changes that should be publicly available on the contract, refuse to notify about these changes and try to cover it up, it can't possibly get any worse. Right?
Oh my
gosh. In the end user license agreement, they specifically state twice that any form of gambling, violence, terrorism, or other unsafe and mature content is strictly forbidden. Which totally makes sense, but what if I told you that the gambling part was a lie? You see, in Minecraft, when you look at any of the biggest servers, you'll quickly notice a recurring pattern in their...
Okay, yeah, this is the part that I was talking about, chat. This is the part that I was talking about. So Mojang came out and basically said, you're not allowed to gamble, you're not allowed to have all these kinds of servers. And guess what they have? Guess what they have? And guess some of them that they personally endorse. Gambling servers. It's insane. Nanners literally retired and came back. I remember Nanners. I didn't watch him a whole lot. I found him kind of annoying as a kid. But Nanners was one of those guys where everybody was like getting exposed to be as a pedo around him. But as far as I knew, Nanners was never exposed as one. He was just like a bit of an asshole, a trollish asshole, and that's it. But he was like a clean guy, basically. Am I remembering that right? I know that there was a guy. There was like a Irish guy that got exposed, and then he keeps trying to retire and come back, and nobody wants him to come back. I don't know. Exposed yet? Well, I'm just gonna hope he never gets exposed, because Nanners is one of those guys where it's just like I feel like it would really suck to see him get exposed, because again, he's an asshole, but he was a funny asshole. So I just hope that doesn't happen. My older brother was a big Nanners fan. Yeah, I watched Nanners when I was a teenager. I watched him back when I watched Captain Sparkles. And there was also sounds so dumb saying it. I also watched Gassy Mexican. He was a fun one to watch. I don't watch him that much now, but I used to watch Gassy Mexican because he was really fun. I especially his like murder series. Gosh, I remember in the murder series when they found out that Nanners was cheating and everybody was like upset over it because like, I can't believe that you cheated and you did all of this shit and you can choose who the murderer. That was like really funny. But I don't think I think he even says like it wasn't to be malicious. I just did it to do it. Oh, it was great. Gassy never stopped. No, he didn't. The sad thing is, it's just like, you know, as I got older, I was like, okay, it is fun to occasionally, okay, unironically, I don't watch any of their new stuff. I will go back, and I might almost be due for doing it again, but I will go back and actually watch all of these guys' old content. I don't do it much with Captain Sparkles because Minecraft content requires a certain mood, and I haven't had it in a while. But like, I will go back. Where the fuck is the door? Where's the door? Okay. I will go back. I will watch. I will basically do reruns of Gassy Mexican's murder series. Not all of it, because he had over 400 episodes, if I remember correctly. But I will rewatch his murder series. Oh, that's probably why. I will rewatch his murder series. I will rewatch some of his hide and seek series. They just did a lot of funny, good stuff. I love it. I loved it a lot. But yeah, anyway, going back to the point here. Ant Venom was one of those guys I kind of watched. When it came to Minecraft stuff, it was Captain Sparkles, and I tried to keep around him. mostly. But Ant Venom was one that I would occasionally listen to. Occasionally. Someone asked if he was, if Ant Venom was like sponsored by Soylent. I think so, which is extremely weird to me. I find it extremely weird that he was sponsored by Soylent, but you know what? If you really like Soylent Green, cool. Speaking of was it Minilad? Yes, it was Minilad I was talking about. Minilad was exposed as a predator, I believe. Allegedly. I don't know. I don't think he ever went to jail, but he was basically ousted from every community, and he's not allowed back in any community, which, you know what? If I think what happened is he was exposed, and then he basically admitted to it. I think. Don't quote me again, because I don't know for sure. But he was one of the people that was exposed, and then basically just outed from the community. Ant Venom made me want to make a texture pack. Died very quickly. Texture packs are... listen, I wanted to do that once. Texture packs are kind of hard to do if you are not creatively minded, like me. Like, I would definitely... Like, me right now, I kind of want to get into programming, but I don't think I could draw something, all right? If I were to ever make a game, I would have to ask somebody else to draw for me. I don't know. Hello, Akko. Hello. Yes, he admitted to it? Okay. Okay, fair enough. He got mad when people were making fun of him and saying how soy was good for you. Oh, that's hilarious as shit, man. I can't, man. That's awesome. Also, this is my new temporary base chat. I love it. I remember when I was little, I was in a BO2 Vanos video. I got to play with them. It was awesome. Oh, that's cool. I heard that Vanos Games was like he's like stayed consistent himself. He's never really changed, and still does what he does. I just found his Soylent ad. Oh dear. Send it to me. Send it to me. We'll send it to me, and we'll watch it as like a side thing here, because that sounds awesome. That sounds amazing. Please send it to me. Thank you. Oh gosh. How long is this? This is a 50... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Alright, here we go, Chad. This is his Soylent ad.
Hey, what you got there?
Holy shit. I forgot what he looked like, by the way.
Oh, I'm playing some Minecraft, so I wanted to grab a Soylent. Why Soylent, though? Well...
Oh, holy shit. I don't want to be mean to him, because I like Ant Venom. He's not like a like he's spurged out over the Soylent shit, but he doesn't suck. Alright? Like a lot of people that spurged out over it, they all sucked, but he's not one of them. I don't hate him. But damn, does he look the part.
My body craves some good nutrients, and I'm strapped for time, so let's go. I spend so much time in Minecraft.
I will tell you right now, if you do not have time to go eat something, if this is you, and you can't go eat something, like if you're strapped for time, you might need to play less Minecraft. All right, chat, you might have to play less Minecraft. I forgot these don't work. I need to make a manual ladder all the way down. Ah, shit, I'm dead. If you are so strapped for time that you have to eat a Soylent Green, you might just be a beta. And you need to make more time for yourself, all right? Like if you're... I think I actually have that. That's my keyboard. If you are so strapped for time that you have to eat out because you work 80, 90 hours a week, that's the exception. But you don't eat Soylent, all right? You don't eat Soylent, all right? You go and you get something to eat out, and there's healthy eat out options, all right? But if you eat Soylent, you're kind of dumb. I don't know. I just think it's dumb. He looks like a smug Wojak. I got nothing to say. I just... I love you, Aunt Venom. I watched you as a kid. And now you're a soy jack on my wall. Soylent Green is made of people. Oh, let's continue.
After that, I don't leave my office for days. I tried to photosynthesize my energy, but I failed. I'm not a plant. Soylent is people for plants. I mean, plants for people. Silly me. Is this a dietary drink? Yeah, it's more like a health potion that tastes like cereal milk.
What?
Soylent is a vegan...
I forgot. This was basically for children. Because he is a children's video maker. He is a children's video maker. And he made this video. This video was something that he made. He put it out on the internet. And kids are supposed to watch this. Fuck's sake.
400-calorie meal replacement drink with 20 grams of protein. I find original Soylent delightfully neutral, but when I crave flavors, they've got me covered there too. When you need a fast recharge, Soylent is filling, fast and easy to drink. I've been drinking Soylent long before the sponsorship, so if I've got you interested, check out the links in the description.
I forgot that... Here, we're going to finish it. But I forgot that he essentially had... he essentially has had Soylent Green for a while, and that he used it. I can't believe he actually admitted, I've used Soylent Green for a while myself. Oh, this is the wrong video. Fuck. That's the wrong one. I can't believe he admitted that. I'd pick the Soylent Green. Absolutely not. I would rather starve. I would rather starve than eat Soylent Green, chat. I'm sorry. I call cap on the long before sponsorship, but when I look at him, I see it. Yeah, I'm not gonna be mean. I could be very mean. I'm gonna try not to be, because again, I liked Aunt Venom. All right, I listened to this man. Would you rather have a Soylent son or a steroid abusing daughter? A steroid abusing daughter. You ever sit down and watch the hour 16-minute video of the most offensive Vanoss crew moments? I have not. I could add it to the Slappa react. Oh fuck, that is just holy shit. Like the stream, chat, by the way. Like the stream, join the Discord, by the way. And if you want, hey, here, I'm gonna chill my own drink, by the way. If you want a drink that actually does have some real protein in it, Advanced GG does have protein now that you can drink. Advanced GG is not made from people or plants. Advanced GG is, well, actually, it is kind of made from plants. It's made using a lot of different things, more than just plants. They use actual green tea as part of their... they use real green tea as part of their shit. So, all right, I forgot this is can't use that one. So, if you want something that actually like isn't people, go to Advanced GG. Use Advanced GG code MommaOcco10 for 10% off of your order. I try to share their new stuff whenever it comes out. They just came out with like a oolong green tea, I believe. I think. Still made from people? Nah. But yeah, Advanced GG. Use Advanced GG code MommaOcco10 for 10% off of your order. It supports me. It supports you health-wise. And I think that you'll get more bang for your buck. If that makes sense. I do actively use Advanced GG. I use it in the mornings when I get up. It's way better than going for what my body usually went for, which was Dr. Pepper. And I think that it honestly does better than drinking coffee. Although if you like coffee, I'm not going to judge you. I just personally would rather go for this other than that. But yeah, there you go. RPG Minx went trans and started a new channel with his wife. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. I've got no comment on that.
Shops, they have something called crates and crate keys. These keys are used to play lotteries.
Anyway, going back to what we were talking about. He's going to talk about how gambling exists in Minecraft, even though Minecraft says you're not allowed to gamble. Getting back to what we were talking about. By the way, we're talking about how the fact that Mojang's getting sued. So,
inside of the game that have a chance to give you extremely overpowered items or more money than anyone else. Almost like a casino with extremely similar tactics that are made to get you addicted and turn a profit. Theoretically speaking, under Mojang's own rules, this should be completely forbidden as it's clearly gambling,
and it's not.
Sweden's own definitions of gambling.
And it's
but
not.
It turns out that there's a separate list of hidden terms, just like in the gun case, that allows gambling to take place, which has led to thousands of children getting gambling addictions. I spoke to them.
I was around 8 years old when I started gambling on Minecraft servers at 14.
Okay, this is one of those things where, you believe or not believe that he actually talked to some of these people. I believe that he probably did talk to a couple of these people. I will say that, yeah. I also think that Mojang is kind of stupid for not trying to ban the... Here's the thing. You can ban gambling, but what is Mojang going to do, other than just, if they get complaints for it, ban these people from being listed in the Minecraft official servers or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, I really don't know how Mojang can enforce this. I'm not like that smart. I don't know. This is still on the parents. I agree. It is still on the parents. It's one of those things where it is against their EULA, but it is on the parent to make sure that their kid isn't gambling. It is one of those. I 100% agree. Thank you, Satan, for your contribution. But no, I think that parents need to actually parent their children more, and I have a problem with the fact that I mean, this goes back to my argument when it comes to the internet regulation shit that we keep seeing, where parents are trying to pass their children off to the internet, and that's an issue, in my personal opinion. But yeah, I do have an issue with parents not parenting their children, and that has led to this issue. Now, my personal opinion is if a parent doesn't want to parent their children, then they kind of have to deal with the fact that their child is probably going to get into gambling, and then it should really be on the parents to solve, not the actual server to solve, because it's not really it's not my fault. Like, if I run a server with gambling, it's not my fault if your kid gets addicted to it. You should be monitoring your child so that your child doesn't get into gambling. It's not a phase, Dad. iPad parenting fucked up a generation. Yes, it did. It did. I don't know. It's kind of like it's very wonky. Because I agree that you shouldn't allow kids to gamble. And there are some people in Minecraft servers that know better, in my personal opinion, because it feels like I've been in some of these servers, because back when I used to surf servers looking for fun stuff to do, I used to look around and see what I could enjoy, and I always found that these servers that did a lot of gambling, it bothered me quite a lot. It actually very much bothered me. And it felt like they were definitely very well marketed to children, and I don't like that at all. But again, I'm an adult, or I was an adult. I didn't buy any of the crate keys because I think that's dumb, and I knew that children could be exploited by it, and it just kind of turned me off from it in general, I guess you could say. But regardless, parents should be in charge of their children. Yes, 100% agree. By the same token, I also think some of these people in these servers intentionally are the way they are because they know it's going to attract children, if that makes sense. So
the overpowered armor, it was about feeling cool and getting strong. Give me a chance to win an item that you just couldn't when I'd win, everybody gave me attention. It was like this rush took over every time I opened a crate. I felt on top of the world winning those. The thrill faded.
Also, this is why I don't play gacha games anymore. Because gacha games are almost exactly they're almost exactly the same way. And so this is why I don't play gacha games, is because it gives the exact same rush and the exact same feeling. And I can't deal with that. I don't trust myself enough to play gacha games, so I just don't. Boop. No. Perfect. I can store all of that I want. Awesome. Awesome.
Fast, and I just wanted it to happen again. Hold on me like a habit I just couldn't break. Always left me wanting more. It just went downhill from there.
When I was a preteen, I got my first allowance and decided to bet it against my dad in solitaire lots that I'll never gamble again. You know, maybe your dad was trying to teach you something by showing you the fallacy of gambling. And maybe, even though it sucks that you lost your money, you will probably never gamble again as long as you live. So...
Dad's credit card and spent any pocket money I'd had. I stole my mom's credit card to buy a crate. I lost everything. Thinking back, I hated it. Me feeling sad and couldn't break the cycle. Plunged me into a deep depression.
I do wonder how many of these are fake.
They do this as a Swedish company, where our own government and gambling institutions have some of the strictest laws in the world related to gambling that completely bar anyone below 18 years old from playing, even going as far as to requiring bank ID authentication to play a scratch-off ticket. And Mojang just allows it. So now that I've shown you some of the...
That is interesting, by the way. I don't know if I would want to give an ID just for a scratch-off ticket. I feel like if I'm 18, if I look 18, you should be fine with it. But I see why they're doing it. I see why it is the way that it is, I guess.
The illegal shit that Mojang has done. And trust me, there's so much more, like how they're currently forcing developers onto their own marketplace so they can charge extremely exorbitant fees for no reason while blocking off any kind of competition. As if that doesn't sound like some company that has recently been hit by billions in fines from Europe. It's time to move on to the lawsuit. Since Mojang has shown that they really don't give a shit about the law, a lawsuit is really the only way to get them to realize that your actions have consequences. How do you actually sue a billion-dollar corporation owned by an even bigger trillion-dollar corporation? It's quite easy, actually. All you need to do is hire a lawyers are extremely expensive. So when you're legally broke to the point of having to live in an underground basement filled with radioactive gas, that's unfortunately not a joke, how are you supposed to finance justice? Remember when I said here in Europe?
Again, I sent this to Legal Mindset because I want him to react to this and give his opinions on this, and I hope he does. I gamble, it's only money I'm willing to lose. Fair enough. I was only allowed to play educational games on the PC with the exception of Civ. I mean, Civ is pretty educational. In some small way.
We are supposed to have competent governments. This is where that becomes important. When someone in the European Union has rights guaranteed by the Charter of Human Rights, like for example Article 38, Consumer Protection, if that person does not have enough money to seek out justice, according to Article 47, you should have the right to an effective remedy before a tribunal and a fair and public hearing where everyone shall have the possibility of being advised, defended, and represented. In other words, even if you're broke, according to the Charter of Human Rights, you are entitled to seek out justice. Every country in Europe needs to comply with this charter to be part of the European Union. And Sweden's way of doing this is through Rättshjälpsmyndigheten, the legal aid institution, which according to their own website provides remuneration of legal aid for up to 100 hours of work unless otherwise determined by the court. And after contacting hundreds of lawyers, I was told information that is hidden from the institution's website. The first one is that when a lawyer has to work with a client that has legal aid, they are forced to reduce their hourly rate to a rättshjälpstaxa, which is often less than 40% of what they usually charge an hour. This basically means that the overwhelming majority of lawyers I contacted simply refused to take the case, and that the ones that were willing to...
Oh, that sucks. That really, like, okay. That, oh man, I don't like that whatsoever. So, yeah, they force lawyers to reduce their rates when somebody is impoverished. So the lawyers just won't work on their case. Oh man, how the... Oh. That's kind of bad. Oh, that's really bad in my personal opinion. Holy shit.
To do so were extremely inexperienced, and that's not exactly a fair and effective remedy, is it? And the second biggest problem is that this case is so complex that it would way overshoot the 100 hours that were mentioned on the website. But wait a minute, doesn't it also say unless otherwise determined by a court? It turns out that after talking to employees that work at the legal aid institution, on top of them having a ton of spelling mistakes and writing like cavemen, like seriously, how do you write like this and are employed at the government? They admitted that the 100-hour limit is basically fixed, and anything beyond that is just a few hours and it's just to end the case. Meaning that in other words, I have to either choose between getting 100 hours of help and then going bankrupt, or represent myself alone in court against a billion-dollar corporation. Not exactly fair, is it? So at this point, the government institution that was supposed to uphold Article 47 had failed to do so. I then went to these two institutions that are supposed to oversee that other government institutions do their job properly. But unfortunately, they said, we don't care, it's not important enough. I wish I was joking, I really do. Next up, we have Sweden's consumer protection agency, Konsumentverket, which is supposed to represent you if you are unable to do so yourself, and the case is determined to be of importance enough to consumers. To which they replied that representation in this case cannot be expected to lead to an outcome that is of importance to law enforcement. In other words, they don't give a shit. Next up, we have the Swedish National Board of Consumer Complaints, ARN, that said that apparently when I entered this agreement with Mojang when I was 12 years old, I did not do so acting as a consumer, meaning that I must have been a really young 12-year-old corporate entity to enter this contract with Mojang at 12 years old. Yeah. Every single government institution in Sweden that was supposed to uphold justice has failed to do so. And Article 47 of the Charter of Human Rights has been violated by the entire country of Sweden. Mojang will keep getting away with this because they know full well that nobody that is affected by their decisions has the means to sue them in court. I'm sorry. I really tried.
This didn't end how I thought it would end. And while I really want to give up because like at this point I've tried everything, there's just nothing more that I can do, my friends convinced me to try one last thing. Because this isn't about me anymore. It's about all of us, all of you. If Mojang gets away with this, they're setting the precedent and they can do whatever they want and we have no rights whatsoever. So I'm opening a crowdfunding
What are my pronouns? I don't give a shit.
campaign for legal fees so that maybe, just maybe, we're able to hold Mojang accountable for everything they've done as a community, because if we don't fight, nobody will.
So yeah, he started, this was 8 months ago, by the way, this video, this first one. Still got another video to go through here. Kind of explain it, because again, we're going, or I'm explaining, we're going through this, but, so he basically says, I want to sue Mojang in that first video. Okay. Okay. So now we're going to move on to the second video. Let me, excuse me, let me pull it up here. I have a lot of tabs open. I'm sorry, chat. So in this second video, this is after quite a few months of saying, hey, by the way, if you help me raise money, I will sue Mojang. And, well, sounds like he got quite a lot of money because now he is suing Mojang. Let me unmute that. Don't know why it's muted. Give me 1 second.
This is Minecraft, the game that screwed its community so hard that we're about to sue them in a class action lawsuit. You see, in December of 2024, I uploaded this video in which I exposed Mojang, the creators of Minecraft, for breaking consumer protection laws and exposing children to gambling. And while I tried to seek justice for myself, I wasn't able to do so because my government is kind of incompetent, making access to justice basically impossible if you're not rich as fuck. So I tried adding a GoFundMe campaign at the end to finance a class action lawsuit because this wasn't something that affected just me. And obviously, there's no way that would actually work, right?
YouTube and Kian Brose
suing Mojang.
They publicly funded
already nearly on 1 million views.
On trending.
By the way, this video absolutely... okay, by blowing up, I will just say it blew up in the area that it was in, and a lot of people talked about it. I don't believe I did. It was one of those things where I was like, oh, maybe I'll talk about it. It never ended up happening. Never ended up happening. But a lot of people talked about it. It was, like he shows here, it was on a trending tab. But then it really just didn't go very far, and I kind of forgot that it existed because I was like, oh, it didn't really go anywhere. So now we get to the part 2 where he actually talks about how it's what's going to happen, basically.
It's exceeded its funding.
Already passed
for $120,000. That's a lot. Dang, that's got to be one of the fastest growing crowdfunding campaigns.
We raised $150,000 within days. Oh, it's fucking happening. Where we now have access to legal representation and can proceed with the class action lawsuit.
Yes, my name is Björn Persson. I'm a member of the Swedish...
So he actually has a real lawyer now on that's going to talk about this. Do I like covering people? I do.
Bar Association. I run a law firm together with my colleague Conny Larsson, and we're working with this lawsuit since it's part of our practice and are looking to run this lawsuit as a class.
How many people do you need for a class? I think it's more than 3. Could be wrong, but I think after you hit 3 people, it becomes a class.
Action against Mojang because we think it's an important issue that needs to be addressed.
To give you a little recap, Minecraft is one of those games that anyone can modify to add things that it didn't originally have. And what I wanted to do was add guns to the game to recreate an old game mode that I used to play as a child that had unfortunately been shut down. But right as it was about to release, Mojang said that a recent directive from Mojang leadership determined that guns and weapons are considered non-compliant features, meaning that they had to be completely removed, implying the shutdown of dozens of projects, including mine. But when actually looking into it, even though they said that guns and weapons were specifically prohibited by the game's legal agreement, when actually looking for these specific prohibitions, you'd come to find that they didn't actually exist. So Mojang was making shit up and pretending it was part of the terms of service, a type of contract, which, as you've guessed, is kind of illegal.
A contract is an agreement between two parties, and both parties need to agree what the meaning of the contract is. You can't be forced into new rules that apply to your contract unless you've been notified, as well as having a choice whether to actually accept those terms or just be able to keep using what you already have.
And since this is a hidden clause where guns are just one of the many examples that exist, Mojang can do whatever they want, like applying a different version of the same clause where you never know which one you're gonna get, changing their minds at any time like they did with the guns 3 times, and even go against their own rules, like allowing gambling even though they publicly pretend like it's forbidden. But obviously, shit gets worse, because when a company changes its terms of service, it's required to notify its users about the changes and get their agreement for it. And out of the 47 times they changed our legal agreements, they never told anyone about it. We know this because I went through thousands of archived pages for every single legal agreement that the game has ever...
Okay, now that's some autism right there. Holy shit. This man actually... I'm going to assume that's a man. This man went through dozens and dozens of archived pages and spent multiple hours just to say, holy shit, they never informed anybody about their EULA changes. That's insane. That's dedication is what that is. That's not dedication that I personally have. I'm going to be real with you.
Ever had to see if
I have dedication for a different kind of autism.
A single word had changed. And Mojang not notifying anyone of changes makes perfect sense, since in their own words,
it is up to you to check back to see if these guidelines have changed,
so that it's not their responsibility to tell you.
There's a lot of things that you really can't do with the contract and have it enforceable against the consumers. You have this legislation under European consumer law that mandates that the company that changes terms need to inform the consumers about this, and they can't enforce the new changes without giving the consumers a choice.
And if not telling anyone wasn't already bad enough,
they removed the notice when the software terms were updated. This is obviously making it harder for the consumers to exercise their rights.
Because not only is it our responsibility to check when changes happen, but they also make it borderline impossible to tell when they actually did. Which is quite ironic, coming from the company that says, we are trying to be open, honest, and most importantly, trusting. But of course, it only gets worse. Remember how the original email from Mojang said that guns were specifically prohibited by these 3 legal agreements, where one of them didn't even exist? This is something I even pointed out in the last video. By the Mojang brand guidelines that literally do not exist, well, it turns out that they do exist, as its own hidden internal document under strict NDA that does contain the prohibitions for guns. The very same document where Mojang internally recognizes loot boxes as gambling. And what pisses me off even more than them trying to apply a contract that was literally impossible to access without whistleblowers was that while they left us on hold for 6 months because their CEO was on vacation, they officially partnered with Nerf, the gun company. Even though the...
Holy shit, that is insane. We're gonna ban guns and partner with Nerf at the same time. Oh my gosh, that is funny. Wow.
These guidelines say that gun-like toys are forbidden. Fucking hypocrites. But as you probably guessed it only gets worse.
Oh,
see,
that's
when
funny.
Buying Minecraft, you create a Mojang account that is then used to play the game. At least, that's how it used to be. Because Mojang was bought by Microsoft in 2014, where just a few years later, Mojang would announce that we've decided that moving forward, all of our games will require a Microsoft account to play. And if you didn't want to migrate your account, you won't be able to log in anymore, which means you won't be able to play either. In other words, either migrate your account and give Microsoft all of your data, or they take away what you paid for. And this is what you call a threat. But not only did they threaten everyone, they also sneakily modified their terms of service to give themselves permission to cancel your account if they simply felt like it. And you see, when purchasing a game like Minecraft, that essentially means that you purchase a license to download and play the game, where the conditions of that license are within the terms of service. This is important because if a company wanted to change the way a service works, by for example changing their terms of service, that new version would only apply to the new users or the ones that...
And people complain about piracy. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. It's one of the, yeah, I agree. It's I don't know. I don't know. I still think that don't tell me about you doing piracy. I don't care, but don't tell me about it. But yeah, this is one of those arguments. This is why I see some people argue and say, oh, I don't care about piracy If I don't own it, it's not piracy. I understand the argument and I get it. You'll just never hear me endorsing it because I don't want to get kicked off of the platform.
Explicitly agreed to the changes. In simple terms, if the contract used to say that you will be able to play the game, if the company doesn't like that anymore, they can't take it away from you, because that would be called breach of contract, which is kind of illegal. And what happened here was that Mojang was forcing everyone to migrate, saying things like, you will not be able to access the game, migration is mandatory, won't be able to play Minecraft, must be migrated to a Microsoft.
Players need to move to a Microsoft Mojang accounts to Microsoft accounts.
I remember that. Okay, did anybody... I got so pissed off. I got so pissed off when they forced you to do this. I almost lost my account because of it. Like, literally. I hated that you guys... Because, listen, does anybody here actually like Microsoft? Does anybody actually... I actually don't... Fun fact, I don't actually use a Microsoft account on... Because, like, for any version of Windows, you technically need to install Windows. Not actually true. Because there is a way to force it to where you don't have to sign into it. It's kind of difficult. And when you have a brand new computer, it's almost impossible. But I don't use a Microsoft account on this computer because I don't want to. I have a local account. And Microsoft gets kind of pissed off and says you should use a Microsoft account. I was like, fuck no. I have a Microsoft account. I'm trying to get rid of the one that's all of the other... Because I have a couple of them, I think. But the only one I want to keep is the one that's associated with my Minecraft account. And I don't like that I have to have one. But I hated that they did that. It is one of the worst things that they did ever. I just absolutely fucking appall it so much. And they tried to make it like, oh, it's a good thing. You get I think you even got a free cape out of it, which... Is that the cape? I'm trying to remember. I have a couple of capes. So I have a cape for when I supported Optifine, which I need to re-download Optifine on this because I like Optifine. But it was dumb. It was really dumb. I hated it.
To say that this was voluntary 3 times. So voluntary, in fact, that if you didn't do it, they took away what you paid for.
This was a forced migration.
Thank you for the 5.
Mercenarix21 discovered Mom has milkers and gave $5. I still have the offline beta for Minecraft, but I am so glad I never paid for Minecraft and never will now thanks to this.
Offline beta. I forgot about that. I mean, like, here's the thing. Buying Minecraft once is like, you know, I think it's fine. Personally. Just never interact online. Wearing the towels again? What towels? I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, we obviously didn't have much of a choice. The only choice you had was to terminate your account.
And not only were they forcing everyone to give their data to a company with a world record...
By the way, could you imagine if they sue Mojang, they win, and then Mojang is forced to make account migration, like, not, I was going to say not possible, but like imagine if they made account migration optional. Like if you could have optional account migration and you could just have a separate Mojang account. Probably won't be able to now. That'd be pretty funny if that were the case though. Because I know a lot of people that would instantly switch back because they fucking hate Mojang, Microsoft. Myself included.
Of privacy violations, which got recently fined $20 million by the FTC for illegally collecting information on children. Most Minecraft players are children, but in doing so, they also forced you to agree to Microsoft and Xbox's legal agreements, all under the threat of them taking away what you paid for if you didn't do what they wanted.
A contract needs to be entered into freely, and that obviously means that you need to have a choice between agreeing and not agreeing. Just presenting one choice is not really an agreement.
But even though it was illegal, Mojang still went ahead with it, which resulted in millions of people losing access to what they paid for, some of which were never even notified that it was happening to begin with, only finding out years later that their purchase had been nullified. But when actually
I actually knew somebody that didn't have access to their Minecraft account anymore because they didn't actually know that this was going on. They just never played Minecraft that much. And I remember saying, hey, you want to play Minecraft with me? And they tried to get access to their account and they realized that they didn't have it. And I was like, well, did you migrate it? And they're like, did I what? And I was like, oh, fuck. So they didn't ever migrate their account. And They had to rebuy Minecraft basically. I don't know if they did because I never ended up playing with them. But yeah, this is one of those things where they never told. A lot of people just never knew, and because of that, a lot of people just got SOL'd.
Contacting Mojang to complain, you'd come to find that they wouldn't answer questions and automatically close most tickets asking for answers. And when asking Microsoft about it, they would say that I've discussed your issue with Mojang support and came to the conclusion that the migration is within the Minecraft terms and conditions. In other words, we've investigated ourselves and found nothing wrong. But unfortunately for them, this user knows his rights. And when asking Microsoft to cite his contract for where it says that a Microsoft account is required to play, Microsoft said, end user license agreements are constantly updated. Please refer to the current one. Where the current one says, if you originally signed up for a Mojang account, you must migrate to a Microsoft account in order to keep using the services. But this wasn't part of the contract when the user had bought the game. To which Microsoft replied, I understand that this is your interpretation, but this EULA applies for any user regardless of the date of creation.
I'm on hello.
That your contract is the new EULA. The old one doesn't apply anymore. You agreed to these terms by using the service. Where they then immediately closed the ticket, refusing to answer any further questions. And this is a perfect example of fucking up in writing. Because it confirms the idea that
it is up to you to check back to see if these guidelines have changed.
And that they don't care about agreements since they claim that you agreed to changes that they didn't even tell you about. So Mojang voided everyone's contract since they say that they don't apply anymore. And you fucking guessed it, this is breach of contract. And if that wasn't bad enough, when actually looking at the historical changes to the contract, there used to be a clause that says that you will be able to play the game even if you don't agree to the new changes. All of which were, of course, sneakily removed.
Wow, that is crazy. Oh, I didn't even know that. That is. So it used to be that you could still play, but they removed it. Now you have to agree. Oh, that is. Yeah, I hope this lawsuit goes somewhere. I really do. Oh man, that.
During the migration.
I would say that this forceful way of migrating the customers is not a term that is enforceable by Microsoft, which in this case would mean that they would be forced to reinstate the old accounts.
And all of this is essentially what the class action lawsuit is about. Minecraft's success is entirely due to the community making it what it is, through, for example, mods and servers, because the base game in itself isn't really that interesting. And when the very things that we depend on to actually enjoy.
I would disagree. The base game is interesting, and I'm saying this as somebody that is using mods right now because the storage in this game sucks, and I want more. I want maps.
Enjoy the game are being threatened by a company that ignores our rights like this, we as consumers end up being affected because Mojang is restricting the way we're able to play the game. On top of them literally taking the game away under threat simply because they knew that nobody would be fighting back. But there's a limit to the amount of shit that people are willing to take before taking measures. And Mojang, you fucking crossed it. Because we're not begging or asking for mercy anymore. This is a class action lawsuit that you cannot ignore.
I think this is an important case for this reason that this is
I'm glad that his lawyer is out here speaking. I'm glad, because if he didn't have the lawyer out here, I'd be kind of concerned. At the very least, the lawyer is out here saying, yeah, by the way, we're going to do this. We, as the legal entity, think that they have breached their contract. Like playing on servers with client-side mods. Yeah, me too. I mean, there's a lot of client-side mods that you can use. Like Zera's Minimap. Zera's Minimap, fantastic client-side mod. I encourage everybody that plays Minecraft to download Zera's Minimap. It's fun, and I love Zeros. Being able to look underground like this is fan-fucking-tastic. The lawyer is liable for what they say? Yes, they are. But I'm going to assume that his lawyer knows enough to hopefully get them through. Hopefully.
Becoming a general business practice right now. And it's not supposed to be like that when you're dealing with consumers, especially children. We're seeing a lot of companies coming out with this claim that you don't get the full terms of service or for their product when you buy it. The company you're buying from refer you to their contractual terms on a website, which can change at any time, basically depriving you all your consumer rights. And this is not right. This is something we really need to act upon and make sure that we can exercise our consumer rights.
And our objectives are quite simple. Revert the account migration, meaning the reinstatement of all unmigrated accounts where Mojang in the EU has to be the owner of all customer data. Comply with contract and consumer protection laws, so notify about...
Again, if he is able to do this, fantastic. I think that is massive. Absolutely fucking... If they are somehow able to do this, I would love it so much. I would so much love if they are able. I don't know if they're. I don't personally feel like they're going to be able to do this, but if they can, oh my gosh, I would love it. I would love them forever. I don't know. I don't know. That I want this to happen so bad.
The changes, get agreement for the changes without threatening a consequence for disagreement, remove unenforceable clauses, including hidden clauses like the one that allows gambling, clearly indicate when changes happen, and comply with the terms of our old contracts.
I think these goals are both reasonable and achievable, and saying that is coming from looking at what is...
What style of building is this? It's medieval. I took the idea from another guy's build, and I'm working on it myself, adding my own touches. I am also just kind of like working on a city. I've like taken the ideas from a couple of different guys and I'm adopting them into my own. Kind of like try and see how I can swerve it into mine. This building right here is supposed to kind of like be a better building for my stuff to be held. Don't want to hold it in there forever because it's open concept and creepers can walk in. But no, I'm building like a little tower here. Maybe I'll put a clock on it eventually. I don't know. Looks neat. Again, this isn't mine. I took the idea from somebody else. I made it smaller. And I'm trying to make it a little bit more my own. But I agree, it is pretty neat looking. I need to add fireplaces up there, by the way. I forgot to do that. Anyway, let's move on.
This case is all about, which is a big corporation abusing consumer rights, and doing so without anybody responding to it would be wrong.
But as you might have expected, the legal system is kind of complicated. Because if we take these two examples, even though the core of the issue is the same, our contract, there's a difference in who was affected by them.
Basically, you need to have the same kind of damage and the same kind of circumstances for everybody that goes into the class action.
So they would each have a different way of approaching it legally, some being easier to pursue than others. Which is why the account migration is such a great option, because you paid for something which they then took from you under threat, all of which is very easily quantifiable damages, which basically affected everyone before 2023, including those who did migrate because it was done under threat. And since the account migration is tied to our contracts just like everything else, we can then use it to resolve most issues with a single process.
We need to decide on how we formulate this claim. What is the damage that's been done, and how are we going to prove that?
So he's going to use the account migration as the form of attack, it sounds like. That's a pretty good way to, again, go through it. Probably the only way they're going to be able to go through it. And again, he's mentioning a class action here, which we'll bring up after this. Because if I can sign up for it, I definitely will.
That. And actually the evidence is going to decide for us how we're going to do this.
And that is the reason for this video, because we are now at the stage where we need you, the Minecraft player, to say that you want to participate in the class action lawsuit, and to tell us how you were affected so that we can then identify and form the group that will participate. And the more submissions we get, the more likely we are to achieve what we've set out to do, and show Mojang that they don't get to do whatever the fuck they want.
Obviously, it's always decided on the evidence and how well we can present that to a court and make them understand what's actually at stake here, which is the consumer's right to actually resist being abused by a big company.
Where the first thing I want to say is thank you, because it's thanks to those donations that we now actually have a chance to fight back in a way that's never really been done before.
Okay, so it is Swedish kroner, it looks like. Yeah, it's 1.406, I think it's 1 million Swedish kroner. I think that's probably like 150,000 USD, I don't know. I don't know.
And if we win, Mojang will also have to pay back our legal costs, which also, unfortunately, goes the other way. Meaning that I would essentially go bankrupt if we were to lose, which is always a possibility. But I don't want to live with the regret of not trying simply because I was too afraid of losing. So bring it on, Mojang. I'll see you in court.
Okay. Cool. So, let me pause here. So, he is looking for people to add on to his class action. So, there are two forms here. I'm actually going to grab the video. Sorry. There's the video. Here's the form here. I'm actually going to make sure it doesn't reveal my personal information before I share it. Holy shit, there's like 40 pages? Wow, that's insane. It's probably asking you a series of questions that will help you determine for the class action. If you fulfill the criteria, you'll be asked to sign a power of attorney at a later date that you allow our lawyers to represent you. All right, record. I consent. Here, I'm gonna hide the page every single time I need to change it. Oh, it needs my name. All right, well, this is where I'm gonna stop filling this out. This is where I'm gonna stop because I ain't putting that on there, and I ain't putting that on there. Fill this out, chat. Fill this out, legal docky. Yes, legal docky. Well, I will work on filling that out later. That's a lot, by the way. That is a lot. But I will probably fill it out at a later time. My name isn't MommaOcco. Unfortunately, no. I'm gonna stick this in the sidebar for later. But there you go. Mojang's getting sued in a class action. You, as a US member, can add your name to it. I encourage everybody to sign up, personally. Because Mojang needs to stop fucking around. I'm kind of tired. Free money? I don't think you'll get money out of this, honestly. Personally. I think you should sign up for this just so that you can show that Mojang can't play around. Do I get money from it? I don't know. I don't know what you get out of it, personally. It'd be nice to get some money out of it, I guess. But anyway, that's the Minecraft lawsuit. To answer what people were... Because a lot of people were asking me, why is Mojang getting sued? That's why. I want to make my own Minecraft. Blackjack and hookers. Swedish chocolates and a pat on the head. That'd be fine with me. I just want account migration to be reversed, man. I want to be able to sign in with my fucking account that I made when I was like 13. I don't know. If they lose, add the sex update. Oh, excuse me. I love the alchemy and balance of your fit. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Anyway. Sorry, I took a bite when this video was ending. I'm very stupid. So that was that. All right, we got some other little topics here I wanted to talk about. Give me one moment. I wanted to talk about Cracker Barrel and show a video. I still really kind of want to do that. One moment. Okay. So, and this one might be short. I did want to like add some React on top of this just for funsies. I'm just going to call it barrel. I can kind of see the barrel out of the logo. I don't know. They took the cracker in the barrel. They took the cracker out of the barrel. Yeah. So, Cracker Barrel changed their logo. First time in almost 50 years, it looks like. Excuse me. And I don't like it. And this is the newest in a series of logo changes that they have done. I'm gonna be honest, the old one was really nice. I thought this was just fine. I thought this was perfectly just fine. But they changed it. Sorry, I've got a drink over here. Help out with hydration. I really don't like what they did with it, personally. I mean, I know what this is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a barrel. I just don't like it. Everybody's saying, by the way, that the new CEO is like woke as fuck. Allegedly. I don't know how true that is. But I believe it, I guess. Simplification chooses to destroy. Yeah, it's really sad. I really don't have a lot about this. I really just had this, and then I had a meme video I wanted to play. Well, I have two meme videos. I was thinking about playing the one by JonTron, but then instead... hold on. We're gonna play the silly joke one by Internet Historian. Because that one is better, in my personal opinion. But yeah, like there is an end shitification of logos. And it really sucks because like that logo's not good. I don't like it. She's super woke. Well, that sucks. It really sucks. Cracker Barrel permanently loses a customer and they won't get new ones, sadly. That's the problem, I would say, is they aren't getting new customers, and that's really sad. Because all of their customers are in their 80s. Oh, goodness. I don't know. It's a she, of course it is. I mean, I think it's a real woman. I think. Hold on. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a woman. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway. We're gonna play as a tribute to Cracker Barrel, a funny video by Internet Historian. And then we'll move on from Cracker Barrel to talking about Anisa the Greasy. That'll be a bit of a shorter topic, and then we'll get on to the big main thing, which is the Panky guy. The Panky topic. Because the Panky topic, I felt like, is the big thing I really wanted to talk about. I wanted to wait and see if Mizu would come in. I think he is still doing his own stream, but if he could come in towards the middle. I don't know. Digging into the CEO, and while she was at one point part of the S and ESG working for the WEF's board. Ah, okay, so she's shit then. Understood. Have a nice day. Understood. That's really sad. Excuse me. He's watching a lot. Oh, I know what he's doing. He told me he might come in after he's done. I don't know if he's... I know he's probably still... excuse me, deep in it. But we're just going to watch this silly little 8-minute video. Then we'll get on to Anisa. And then we'll jump into the Panky stuff. Because the Panky stuff, I expect to probably take me about another hour as well. Yeah. So this will be kind of like a brief... Not a brief. This will be a chill video here that we can watch and joke about, and then we'll move on to the actual move back onto the other stuff here. But this kind of fits because it has everything to do everything to do with Cracker Barrel. That's the only reason why I'm playing it, is because it is Cracker Barrel related. By the way, if you ate at a Cracker Barrel in some time in your life, tell me what your favorite meal is. I'm curious what you guys ate at a Cracker Barrel. I've eaten a couple of things at Cracker Barrel. All of them classic and country. Shall I watch the OG, or do you want me to watch it with you? I mean, like, I'm playing the OG right now, if you want.
By Dash Lane. February 27th.
I forgot, by the way. You guys remember when Internet Historian quote-unquote plagiarized somebody? And everybody just kind of like got really pissed at him for a while for plagiarizing. Nobody cares anymore. Actually, did anybody care, period? Did anybody actually... Okay, I'm actually curious. Did anybody in this chat here, does anybody actually care that Internet Historian took a story? Because what he had done, it's not actually plagiarism. What he had done is he had taken a story that was told by some journalists, and he dramatized it, told it in his own video format. And it was fair use. Oh, I agree. I agree that it was fair use. Yeah. But a lot of it wasn't a lot of people. It was H Bomber guy, who is a cuck. Well, not a cuck, but he is like a cucked individual. But you had H Bomber guy coming out and saying that that the guy plagiarized his video when he really didn't. I don't even remember if he did or not. Now, in my personal opinion, I don't consider it plagiarism. I really don't. Because, like, plagiarism... he made his own video. Like, if he was passing it off as a paper that he himself wrote, We could probably have a talk about that. But that's not what he did. He made a very dramatized video. And it sounded like he used parts of that paper, but I don't really care. You know? I really don't give a shit. And a lot of people were just like, I don't give a shit either. So that's why I think Internet Historian is allowed to do it. You know what's funny is after that, people tried to cancel Internet Historian for being a quote-unquote Nazi. They started saying he was a Nazi because he let JonTron on. That didn't stick either, by the way. So he is just kind of collecting his own dubs. Wendigoon did some hilarious VA work in it too. That's right, he did do some good VA work in it. I mean, like, he didn't really... He pulled it down, and I think he retooled a little bit of it and then re-uploaded it. If he got rid of the Wendigoon stuff, that's really sad, because I liked all of it. The drama brought him into the algorithm. It did, and that's what makes it... That's what's funny. Chat, by the way, I don't know if I have stated this yet, but drama really... Like, when a content creator gets into drama, and this happens quite a lot, the content creator actually does manufacture it. There is a lot of content creators. I don't really have proof for this. I don't really have actual, like, knowledge of knowing people that have done this, but I know that content creators manufacture drama, that they try and do it to get clout. The thing I sent you? All right, hold on. I'll pull it up real quickly for you, Victus. Oh, man, here's the new course. It's silly. I get it. It's silly. You're going from fluffy creature to bowling pin. Bowling pin. But yeah, a lot of content creators manufacture their drama because it does get them more attention. And so I wouldn't say that the thing I'm going to talk about after this is, but like, and I don't even think that fucking Internet Historian manufactured his drama, because I don't think he did. I think that it was not. I don't think he expected that to happen. But after he got into trouble, quote unquote trouble, he got way more attention towards him, and that was the direct opposite of what I think a lot of people wanted, which is what made it funny to me. How did I do that? Anyway. First design is because Cracker Barrel's news DEI. Well, I know. That's what we're talking about right now. It do look like the arachnophobia. He is a mean shit poster. Bowling for courses, yes. Anyway, let's continue.
A woman comes home.
All I'm saying is nobody cared about his plagiarism because it wasn't plagiarism.
She has been fired from her job at Cracker Barrel. They gave no notice. They gave no reason. The husband, Brad, embraces her. A tear rolls down her cheek. Brad's hands tighten into fists. 11 years of service, he whispers under his breath. Ninette, fetch me the computer. To say I'm pissed off would be an understatement. After 11 years of service, those...
I love that the computer is like a very old one.
I would really like to know why. And those of you who know me these days know that I will find out. In the meantime, if any of you would also like to know, please go to their Facebook page and ask them.
Hold on a moment. Why is everybody saying I don't have a brain? What the fuck? Tem, what did you... Do I need to ban you? Do I need to ban my own mod? I think I can actually time him out. Is my mod abusing me, chat? Am I being abused by my own mod?
This old boy is storming. And send. That'll do it. With that, he put his arm around Nanette, and they fell asleep together on the couch. A week passes. It's Brad's birthday. Hey Nanette, has there been any word back yet on why you're fired? This old boy is still storming. She shook her head. Outrageous. Nanette, fetch me the computer again.
Thought you had 8 brains? No, I have 9 brains. Even better.
I'm going to make another Facebook post. Today is my birthday. Why did you fire my wife?
I love the horn music.
Now wait. Don't forget your cake. Brad squinted his eyes, made a wish, and blew. He put his arm around Annette, and again, they fell asleep together on the couch. But that night, as they dreamed, something special happened.
Why did you fire my wife? Yes.
People started joining in. People saw the post, then semi-sarcastically also began demanding answers. Then more joined in. Then more.
You monsters fired Brad's wife.
Justice for Brad's wife. 11 years. Release Brad's wife.
See, I love this kind of shit posting because none of these people probably know Brad or his wife whatsoever, and that's why I love this. Because none of these people probably have any connection to him, and yet all of these people rallied around justice for Brad's wife. It was so long ago. This video is like 6 years old, I believe.
The template of the joke was simple and spreadable. Promoting desserts, are we? Brad's wife used to love dessert.
Oh, I forgot about this part.
On the menu, Brad's wife would have made it twice as good. Today we remember 9/11. Brad's wife used to love
Oh my gosh, no!
to their Twitter, to their Instagram, to all of their social media platforms. But this wasn't your usual raid by 4chan. This was something different.
It was boomers.
An army of mostly boomers putting cracker over the barrel.
No!
And dads of middle America leading the charge. And Brad was there as the standard bearer. He embraced the meme. Why did you fire my wife? He repeated. Please share, he demanded. Soon there was nothing that
I was
Cracker
there.
Barrel could post
It
that
was
wouldn't
me.
immediately be turned into a discussion about the plight of poor Nanette. As always, a petition is started and goes nowhere.
Because
Once
petitions
that
don't
failed,
work.
The calls started rolling in.
Hi, I have a quick question for you guys. Yeah. Why did you guys fire Brad's wife?
I guess what I'm asking is if you would just go ahead and hire her back, and then we can just pretend like this whole thing didn't happen.
And what's a good harassment campaign without a soundtrack?
I forgot that the people made music too. Holy shit.
But this was just the beginning. Other companies saw this meme and decided to add fuel to the fire. On social media, they were posting about Brad's wife. In IRL, they were putting up signs promoting Brad's wife. And that prompted the news to get involved.
More teens are having fuck.
Coverage from People magazine, The Mirror,
Poor call workers. Yeah, don't.
and many
I feel bad for them.
That's when things really started.
Those are the
to
only
spread
people
out
that
into the
deserve
streets.
like the most.
People made posters, signs, and t-shirts.
I've never worked in a call center. I hope I never have to because it's absolutely degrading on the human psyche. Those are the only people that don't deserve any hate, all right? Especially the ones that work in America. I remember this video. Oh, man. I don't think I was on the internet much during this time, but I do seem to recall like people talking about it. Man. I will say, yeah, don't harass people in call centers. Your computer have virus. Unless they're scammers. If they're scammers, you can waste their time all you want. But I feel bad for those call center people, especially the ones at the credit card companies. Although they kind of know what they're getting into when they work for a credit card company. They work for Satan themselves. I don't know. I don't know, man.
And they even started visiting the restaurant just to ask about Brad's wife.
Who's Brad?
Well, Brad's not important, but his wife, they fired her after 11 years of service.
I don't know what you're talking about.
After 11 years.
Oh my gosh.
I heard about that. That was terrible.
Yeah, and now there's a wait time in here.
How long?
Oh, it's a long time.
Oh my gosh.
Brad's wife in here.
Brad could see that things were spiraling out of control. He called on the troops not to harass the local chain. The firing was a corporate decision.
Good morning. I still have not heard from said company, but I would like everyone to remember that some very good people work for them. So if you want answers, please direct questions to the Home Office. They're the ones who fired my wife.
You know,
But it did little.
I don't think that's actually what happened. I'll be honest. I don't think we ever found out. His name is Bradley. I don't think that's actually what happened. I think what happened is that his wife just got let go. And it sucks that that happened, but his wife got let go. And maybe she, unironically, the funniest thing ever would probably be that she got let go because of something she did, but she didn't tell him. That would be, I'll be honest, I kind of want that to be the case because that would be funny. It would be very funny if that actually was the case. My wife sucked at her job. It's possible. Very possible.
To temper things down.
You fired Brad's wife? You shall be on fire.
So in all this time, Brad still hadn't heard back from the company, and we feared that we'd never get answers. But one smooth talker succeeded in getting a few details by pretending to be a manager from the corporate office.
Mush mush. I got this email from my boss today stating something about Brad's wife. Do you know her personally?
Yes, sir. She was my boss.
And that's when she spilled the beans.
I think it was, she was kind of a softie, sir.
Now, from here, we could have just called it a day. But here's the thing about boomer humor. They don't know how to let a joke go. Once something is funny, it remains funny to them for years. And that doesn't spell good news for Cracker Barrel's social media. So, that's what the future holds for Cracker Barrel. Years more of hashtag Brad's wife. But what about for poor Nanette? Well, there's good news. It turns out that a lot of those offers by other businesses to hire Brad's wife weren't entirely sarcastic. 11 years of service? Come on in for an interview. Dozens and dozens of real offers started rolling in. Suddenly, Brad's wife had her pick, and she could work pretty much anywhere she wanted.
That is kind of funny,
And
though.
that, roughly speaking, is where the story ends. You can still visit Cracker Barrel today, and the top comment will still be some dumb shit about firing Brad's wife. But that doesn't matter, because better than an answer, Brad got his wife a new job, and this old boy could finally rest. The storm.
It was a psyop. It's possible. It'd be funny if it was a psyop.
Ad time. You go to log into your...
Okay, that's it. That's it for that. All right. All right, that was a little palate cleanser. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Let's move on. This one's a little short. I really don't have a lot to add on to this other than just saying it exists before we get on to the main topic. So chat, you guys remember Anisa Jomha, the owner of the successful Creator Clash 2, also the owner of the Jontron, another night, the unsuccessful owner of Creator Clash 2, and then also the fired owner from Creator Clash 3. The succubus, yes. Yeah, don't spoil it, chat. We'll get there. Yeah, we'll get there. She used to be in OnlyFans. She used to do OnlyFans. She streamed for a while. She was a titty streamer for quite a while. Okay. And then she decided to change into an OF streamer. God only knows why she decided to do that. But she was an OF streamer. She was such a whore, basically. She was a trans streamer? No. But she was basically such a whore that she got a boob job. Now, ladies, I don't really care if you get a boob job. I really don't give a shit. My personal opinion is I don't care. I personally don't like boob jobs that much because they look fake, and I know they look fake. But that's just me. So she went ahead, she got that. This was like one of the biggest forms of contention between iDubbbz and his community, because his community started calling him a cuck for allowing his wife to do OnlyFans. And that's kind of like what started to spell his that's what kind of started to spell his downward spiral, is because he basically came out and said, yeah, by the way, my wife does OnlyFans, and I think that's cool. It's okay that my wife takes pictures of herself on the internet for other guys. I will say I really don't give a shit if that's what you do. I don't. I will say, though, that I am allowed to make fun of you if that's what you do. All right? Especially if your pictures don't look that good. If they look silly. You know, I don't care. But, like, iDubbbz made it this big deal. He kind of tried to make it like, oh, you guys are just haters, where it's just like, come on, man. Are you really gonna be like, yeah, he's really gonna be. He basically was like that. That was basically him. Content cop became yes. Basically, yes. But during Creator Clash, which, by the way, was sponsored by Fansly or OF, I don't remember which one. She kind of gave up doing it. Don't know why, couldn't explain it, but she gave up being an OnlyFans woman. And got a breast reduction. And by a breast reduction, I mean that she took the plates, or the boobs, out of her, which I imagine isn't cheap. I mean, getting a boob job isn't cheap in general, depending on how big you want them to be. I'm sure that they cost an arm and a leg. I wouldn't know, these are natural. But she got them removed. She thought Creator Clash was going to pay off. Yes, I think she thought that they were going to pay off. Those bobs have been through a lot. Yes, they have. So not only does Ian have a wife that does OnlyFans, but now he has a wife that doesn't do OnlyFans, and her boobs are normal sized again, which isn't really at all, because she's kind of flat, if you know what I mean. So, and hey, maybe Ian likes them flat. You know, not gonna get on flat people. You know, there's some flat people that I know. I don't really care, but that's just kind of like what happened. Well, recently, and I'm kind of going through the timeline of events here for all of you guys. Recently, she lost Creator Clash, as we already kind of explained. She lost Creator Clash. After she lost Creator Clash, she had to move in with her parents. And basically she was destitute. She didn't have any money. Her and Ian now are current, if I remember correctly, her and Ian are trying to sell their house, which they have not paid off. They're trying to sell their house, which is like $1 million. But even if they sold it, I'm sure that they'd still have payment to pay down. And so now they are basically destitute and broke, living in her mother's house's basement. And there were murmurings about this, where she would have to go back to streaming. Everybody's like, oh, she's going to have to become a streamer again. She's going to have to go back to streaming. And she might quit on... everybody's like, oh, she's going to go back to streaming? And oh my gosh, she's going to quit on the very next day. Oh. That's kind of like the laughing joke that everybody kind of joked about with her. Hold on a moment. I have to pull up the post here. So recently, Anisa announced that she has a big announcement, and Ethan from the H3H3 was joking that it's Creator Clash 4. Obviously, that's not going to happen because they don't own the brand anymore. They can't make Creator Clash 4. And she's like, oh, I've got a big announcement. I have a big announcement. Well, Chat. Her oh fuck. Her big announcement. Gosh damn it, Cameron. Can't believe you said that. Is that she's going back to OF. Maybe it's OF. I don't know if it's OF or Fansly, but she's going back, chat. She's going back. Anisa the Greasy says, in true succubus fashion. By the way, I think succubi are hot creatures. Obvious. I think that those are neat creatures. But if a human, if somebody that's not even if you are role playing, it's still kind of cringy. But I say this from experience. But if I see a human seriously say that they are a succubus, all right? If this is what a real person, even though I don't think Anisa is a real person, I think that she's a very plastic individual. But if Anisa, a real person, is going to come out and say that she is announcing her relaunch as a succubus, I want to throw up. I am throwing up on the inside. These succubi eat yippies. No, they don't. But she says, I'm announcing my relaunch. You can subscribe now. Lots of photo sets to come. And this is one of my favorite images. Thank God this is... Cut my hair. I'm not cutting my hair. I just pulled this up. Oh, fuck. I subscribed to one OnlyFan retard to see how it is. She ended up blocking me. You literally lose access to what you paid for if they do this. Not DM blocks or anything like that. They're page blocks. That's crazy. I love this, by the way. This is funny. Although we're not gonna leave Ian out, because Ian, replying directly to his woman, says, "I love succubi. Sorry to those who have never experienced the love of a succubus." To be fair, she succubused Ian, and that's pretty on brand. This is true. Also, hello, Kevin. This man. All right. This man used to be content cop. All right. This man used to be fucking content cop. What the fuck happened? What happened? It is at the point now where somebody had to replace him. Somebody did replace him. And now Ian is this. Okay. I think the succubus in question. Yeah, I get it. Joji got out. He did. I legitimately. Chat. Don't just marry your first crush. Because that's what he did. That's legitimately what happened. He married his first succubus. And now she has ruined his life. Granted, I don't think it's fair to just say it's all her fault. Because the people that say that it is all only her fault, I disagree. And I think some of those people are just kind of stupid. It's more than that. It's more than just Anisa took away our king. You know what I mean? It's more than that. Because I do believe that some of this was already inside him. And that he really just, I don't know, he just like embraced it, I guess. He took the first woman that was around him, and this is the result, I guess. This is the result. He's fine being used. It's possible. It's very possible. This is very sad and unfortunate. Adam didn't control his woman. Oh, that's mean. Oh, goodness. I don't know. Confirmed by Ethan? Yeah. I don't know. I think a lot of people wax old looking at iDub saying, I can't believe he turned out like this. My opinion is that he probably was always like this. And, I don't know. I think he was always just like this. It just took the right person to break him. You know? That's what I think. Could be wrong. But I just look at him and I'm like, what happened, buddy? What happened? I don't know. He broke himself? That's possible. It's incredibly possible. I don't know. I really don't have a lot to say about Ian, excuse me. He has like destroyed himself so thoroughly. He has like destroyed his entire life. He's like literally destroyed his entire life. He went full tard. He did go full retard, yes. Like the other day, the guy Dad, who used to be part of Creator Clash, were very loved, very respected. Used to go to bat for Ian and Anisa. Guy challenged Ian to a boxing match, and Ian blocked him. So that's funny. That's extremely funny. Like Ethan has become such a hug-boxed bitch that people that originally defended him to a gross degree almost are now being blocked by him. Ethan has like sequestered himself and nobody is allowed to be around him, basically. It's a damn shame in my personal opinion. It's a really big damn shame. That match happened, Ethan would have been paralyzed. It's possible. It's very possible. Slanesh got to him. Maybe. Chat, maybe. I don't know. I'm just baffled, kind of depressed, and I don't know. There comes a point where you look at how somebody has not evolved but devolved, and you feel less pity for them and more hatred. Has he got no home to return to? I have no idea, honestly. Oh, this is the song. I love this song. But yeah, I don't know. Ian and Anisa, they're made for each other, in my personal opinion. Both her and him just kind of like go as two peas in a pod. They both are gross individuals that do gross things with each other. And yeah, I just think they're made for each other, you know? You know? I don't know. I don't know. It's just kind of sad to me, you know? He evolved just backwards. I need to get that as a meme for my channel. It evolved. It's evolving just backwards. They're practically home. No, they are homeless. They've lost. They're selling their house. They live in her parents' basement. And she is doing OnlyFans for rent money now. God only knows if her mother is trying to force her to actually do shit. I wouldn't be surprised if her mom is like, you have to do something or get out. Now, here's the other thing you have to remember, and I forgot about this until it was reminded to me the other day. But she is technically Muslim, I think. Could be wrong on that. But she is like, I think she is. She's got a certain amount of Middle Eastern heritage in her, and I think that that's her religion. And so I don't know how much her parents approve of that. Maybe her mom doesn't care. But I don't know. Again, I'm one of those individuals that really doesn't care if you do OnlyFans. I know a couple people who have done it. All I will say is those people know and understand what it can do to them. And as long as they know, understand, and accept that, then, really can't say anything other than just good luck. Don't let it hurt you. You know what I mean? But Anisa is just one of those people where it's just like, you're kind of gross, man. Thank you for meeting the goal, by the way. I don't know. We have set up a new goal if you want to distract the Yippee with pizza, so she doesn't go after the Raspberry Pi again. Luckily for the world, 95% of all Muslims are hypocrites. It's a label they don't follow. This is true. I've met a decent fair amount of Muslims. A lot of them are nice people. And yeah, I've met a few that are very nice people. I think the thing to remember is a lot of them really don't care too much about the weird parts of their religion. It's really only a few of them. I'm not like a perfect knowledgeable person on their religion. I will just say I know a lot of them that forsake a lot of the parts that that people typically talk about. I don't know, I could also be very wrong about that as well. You are free to correct me. Call me a bigot if I'm wrong. They won't eat pork. That is I almost said haram, but that is literally haram to them. Or eating pork is haram to them. Anyway. Mizu's not done streaming, which is fine. I wasn't quite sure if he would Part of me was wondering if he would be done, but it sounds like he's still in his little case there, which is fine. I don't mind. That means that I'll just get started on the next topic, and he can jump in when he's ready. I'll just let him know that I will be starting now, but he's welcome to jump in afterwards. But before we do, I do need to use the restroom again, because we've been going for over 3 hours now. I need to use the restroom. I don't know if you can hear that in the background. But I need to pee. Then when I come back, we will get started on the topic that I was very interested in, which is PankyVT. I'm going to put up a poll right now on YouTube. And do I need to refresh? I need to refresh the page. Hold on. I got a dip. Laundry time. All right. Have fun doing laundry. I can't do oh, that's why I can't do a poll. That's why I can't do a poll. There we go. I want to know who knows who Panky is, and then when I get back, we'll get started. Don't forget to wash your hands. Don't worry. All right. I'll be back 2-3 minutes. I got rice now. Or more rice, I should say. I like rice and butter. Get a lot of butter and rice. Some beef in that. Oh, yeah. Don't worry. Nothing important fell over. Anyway. You gotta go back to Cult of the Lamb. You have fun with that. Butter rice with butter on it? Yes. Pretty much. Panky makes me want to hurl? Oh, that's fair. I should tell everybody right now. I might get an interview, or I'm going to try. We'll see. We'll see. I was thinking about talking to them. We will see. But let's get into what I felt like was the kind of main topic here. So, today we are talking about the individual in question. That is Panky VT. Oh, excuse me. Panky is an individual that I did not know who they were. At all. Until it happened. Until they got banned briefly. And the reasons for their ban, I didn't really know or understand. I will tell you right now, it is my opinion that what ended up happening, which I'll get into, but it is my opinion that what happened, the ban, in my personal opinion, was justified. But I don't really care that much about it. Believe it or not, I care more about the fact that people have been calling for life ruination, essentially, and trying to throw all kinds of bullshit at him. I'll basically say it like this. If you want the TLDR, Panky is an individual that that did something stupid, got a one-day ban for it, and now they're back. And everybody's upset that they're still here. Because they find their sins to be egregious to the point where they're not allowed to be on the internet. And I think that's kind of crazy. But I will let you guys decide for yourself what you think about it. So, let's jump into this. So, this is Panky. Well, this is their account that was banned on Twitch. It was banned for 24 hours. In like 20 seconds or some shit like that. Panky is a she VTuber. They do lewd content. I have unfortunately, while scrolling their profile, which we're not going to do, seen, I think, a picture of their ass. I really only care about one VTuber's ass. But, he's like a lewd streamer. He's also really, he's also kind of an asshole. I've kind of found, not like unironically. And we're going to talk a little bit about that because a lot of his previous blunders, I guess you could say, have been resurfaced by people. Read the first comment. Oh, no, we will get to it. We will. I got flashbanged? I did. So what did he get banned for? Everybody's asking. Well, I will show you. He got banned for this clip. This clip has a community note. But we're not going to watch that. Instead, he has decided... Now, I don't know if I would personally clip this moment. Me personally, I don't know if this is a clippable moment. But this is... at least I'm 99% sure this is the clip that shows why he got banned.
How do I... You've asked this...
So, some backstory, some context, all right? Panky is an adult streamer, okay? 18 plus streamer, all right? They have a fansly, okay? So, naturally, the thought process is no kids in your chat, okay? No kids whatsoever in your chat. If you have a kid in your chat and you're an adult streamer, get them out of there. Same thing applies to me. Even though I'm not a lewd streamer, if you're a kid, don't want you in my chat. And if you say you're a kid in my chat, you will probably get timed out. Not even a probably. Mods are instructed to time people out if there are self-identifying kids in the chat. All right? Don't test it, because it will happen. Although, if I know that you're not, I would probably just time you out for 10 minutes. But this individual, like I said, adult creator, does not want kids around him, which is kind of surprising considering the land of VTubers, especially when it comes to VTuber guys. Even though Panky is, again, I guess Panky is both. Most VTubers that get into drama is because they don't moderate their chat enough. Panky is one of those people that openly says no kids in chat and talks about no kids in chat. At the very least on their stream, they do decent moderation. However, during one of their streams, one individual decided to ask Panky a question about coming out to their family as bi. Now, I don't know. I'm pretty sure the age was never said, but basically, this is kind of an indication that that might be a child. If the age does come out, oh boy, that's also really bad. But essentially, if you're an adult streamer and you've got kids in your stream, yeah, I can see why you would get upset. The onus, however, is on you for the appropriate response. What you can, in my personal opinion, your response should be, go the fuck away. I don't want kids in my chat. Okay? Now, the response that was given, I am not going to excuse, because I think it is bad. But I also feel like I know why it happened. And I'm not gonna stand by it, but I also know why it happened. And it's probably because he was tired of so many kids in his chat.
Question like 3 times in a row in chat, and I've ignored it every time because I could not give less of a shit. Noel, can I ask how old you are? 13?
No, why would you ask? Okay, fair enough. Okay, so the age does get revealed. In my personal opinion, if somebody asks, listen, I'm going to tell you right now, chat, never spam my chat. If you spam my chat, you are getting banned. It's one of my very few rules that I put in the description that people don't read. Rule number 2, don't spam. Avoid sensitive topics would kind of fit onto this as well. But if you come into my chat and you start spamming, you will get banned. You might get warned first, but if you spam, you will get banned. Noel broke all 4 of Panky's rules. Yeah, I bet they did. I bet they did. Spam is one of those rules that all streamers should say that can get you banned. Okay? But yeah, don't. If you come in here and you say you're 13, I'm just gonna ban you. But Panky, again, I'm not gonna excuse what they do, but I'm gonna try and attempt to put you in the shoes of them, and then ask you what your response would be. Your response again would probably more likely than not be whatever the fuck Panky did. But if you constantly tell people you don't want kids in your chat, and then you constantly get kids in your chat that spam, by the way, you probably get upset. Probably. I'm going to be honest, if somebody starts spamming in my chat, I can get agitated, although I have a bit of a longer fuse than Panky definitely does. And I would probably, if my mods don't take care of it, which they do a decent job, I would probably say something. But, so essentially, Panky finds out that they're a kid, and this is what happens.
Yeah, you're getting banned, buddy. Flock in. If you're a minor, you should kill yourself. If you are under the age of 18, kill yourself. I hate you. I want you to die. Fuck you. I do not want you anywhere near my goddamn chat, you annoying little fucks. This is not a safe space for kids. If I am gonna get canceled for saying that I hate kids, then so be it. My stream is specific.
And then he got canceled. Whoa, buddy. Yeah. No, yeah.
Thank you.
Again, not going to defend that. Personally, now here's the thing. I have had a very split reaction with people because I've asked a lot of different people, when did low tier God become a VTuber? I have had split reactions. Me personally, I really don't give a shit. I don't think you should say KYS towards a minor because that could potentially get you in trouble. But by the same token, I have seen enough COD lobbies to know that this is normal shit, in my personal opinion. However, again, I really don't give a shit. But I also think that it was probably too much of a response. Crude and not nice to say, but I understand the point. Exactly. A little unhinged, but I get the rage. Exactly. See, that's my point. That's my point. Is I don't think you should say KYS to a kid who can I tell to off themselves with it being okay? Well, according to the internet, nobody. Because if you say KYS to anybody on the internet, you can get banned for it, which is what happened to Panky. Panky got a 1-day ban for saying a KYS. That's why they got banned. Not because of who they said it to, it's because saying KYS is against terms of service, essentially. That's why you have to include in Minecraft, basically. But, funny but risky. Yeah, I've seen a lot. I have had a very big split down the middle. I've seen a lot of women's, I've seen women on both ends say that they don't care. I've seen men on both sides say they don't care. Me personally, I really don't give a shit. It's the internet, you know. The internet's not made for children. Tento standing on business. The cycles in his replies need the hard drives checked. Again, I'm going to break it down and kind of give both sides of the story and kind of tell you what my thought process is. But here's what I think. Again, if it's a kid, I'm very in the middle. I don't care because in my personal opinion, KYS jokes just need to like saying retard need to come back so that people can like stop being pussies on the internet. Because there are a lot of pussies on the internet. All right, I'm gonna tell you right now. The way that the internet used to be like 10 years ago, way more fun, way more interesting. And now everybody is just like, oh my gosh, if you say KYS or shit like that, you deserve to be canceled. Ooh, excuse me. My personal opinion is like, I really don't give a shit. Probably shouldn't say it to a kid that's that young. That's very clearly like not supposed to be there on Twitch. But this could, I also think this could start another issue of why are parents not watching their children or paying attention to their children. But, you know, my opinion is I really don't give a shit. Kids don't need to be on the internet. That's the other part of my argument is why is this kid on the internet? Why is this kid, Why are these parents subjecting this 18 plus streamer that shows their ass on Fansly? Why are these people not keeping their kids safe? Why are they not doing what they're supposed to be doing? Because they're not. They're not. Hate the self-censoring? I agree. But, again, even if I don't care, because we no longer have people like 2016 iDubbbz, I agree. It's sad, I know. I guess Panky doesn't want to be the next Lion True. This is true. I guess I have asked a couple people about Panky that knew him, and they said that they think that Panky is better than Lion Chew. Which is good. If you're below 16, you can feel free to never let me know in any space. I will moderate. You will be thrown the firm. No, 18. 18. If you're not 18, I don't want you here. Sorry. You're still developing. I go by the legal definition. I don't care if you are quote-unquote adult enough. I want you to be 18. Okay? You're not adult enough until you're 25, but the legal definition of adult is fine with me. So, be 18. Be 18, period. All right? Make Twitch 18 plus, but then they would lose like 3/4 of their website, chat. Most people's viewers on Twitch would die in a day if that were the case. They would have to go back to botting furiously. But no, so that's what they did. Now, this clip isn't over, so let's continue.
Specifically labeled as 18 plus. I do not want children anywhere near this goddamn stream. I am an adult streamer, okay? I am someone who makes sex shows constantly. I am a sex worker. I do Fansly. My job is jerking off in front of people. I do not—
I wish— Thank you for that.
want kids anywhere near my content at all.
I do think that it... Oh my gosh, this is how you know this isn't like a normal boy streamer, because most boy streamers don't say shit like that. Most boy streamers just don't again, we're just gonna continue.
So if you are a child who is watching me, I hate you. I want you to kill yourself. I do not like you. Get out.
I went a little too far. Oh goodness. Again, I agree with the idea. I 100% agree with the idea. Don't want kids in your area? I agree. Don't want kids in my area either. All right? Again, crude but based. Again, if he just didn't say KYS, yeah, that's the other thing that's stupid. If he didn't say KYS, he wouldn't have been banned. We wouldn't be talking about this. But because KYS is against terms of service, this gentleman, or she, got a 24-hour ban. So they got a 24-hour ban. Apparently this clip is like over a week old. I thought this clip was like recently. No, this clip was like a week old. Here, let's look at the community note. I love these there are two community notes here. I read both of them. I think they're both funny. This first one says, VTuber just told a kid to KYS, one asking for advice to come out as bi. This video is of them thinking it's a funny flex. Twitch banned them and they doubled down, which, yes, they doubled down. Sex work is work. Minors should not be on 18 plus bases, but telling someone to off themselves is not okay. Internet is way too. Again, if it wasn't a kid, I would just say, who the fuck cares? The only reason why I I agree with the one-day ban is because it is a kid, and kids shouldn't be on the internet. If it was an adult, I really don't give a shit, man. All right? If it was an adult, like, I don't care. I don't care. Clown or jester, yes. Like, the fact that it was a kid, that's why people care. That's why people want Autumn or the Panky person. That's why these people want this man, like, ruined forever. They want this individual fucking torn down from the internet because he made a KYS joke. Again, towards a kid, day ban. Don't care. All right? Probably shouldn't have said it towards a kid. I understand the rage. Don't want kids in your space. I agree. Probably shouldn't have said it to a kid. But otherwise, I really don't give a shit. Like, are people so thin-skinned? I even said this. I'm going to bring up my tweet about that. I made a couple tweets about this, by the way. I made a couple tweets about this. All right? Shoot, where is it? Fuck, it was my pinned tweet, and now it's not. It should be my highlights. There it is. All right, I made a tweet about this. Where the fuck is the internet that didn't care? All right? Why are people so thin-skinned? Do people forget COD lobbies? I mean, like, I didn't really get to play a lot of COD as a kid because my mom didn't like me playing shooter games. But the few times that I did watch people play COD, or I watched YouTubers play COD, or I watched compilations of that shit. You know how many times people screamed the N-word? Or how many times Slavs would, like, insult each other to try and get them to quit games because of the insults? Like, are people this fucking raped by the internet? I hate using that word because, like, it just doesn't... I just don't like using it, period. But, like, are people this fucking dumb that guy makes a KYS joke, and because it's a kid, this guy deserves to lose everything? I'm confused here, because technically, he banned a kid from his space. Like, this man banned somebody from his space before they saw something of his. And maybe they did, but, like, that's not his job. But it's just like, bro. Like, we should be praising that this guy got rid of a kid from his chat. No. Because a kid, this guy deserves to lose all of his money. Deserves to lose everything that's about him. Deserves to be thrust off of the internet. And no longer allowed to make money. Okay. All right, I guess. All right, fine. Now, I do have to add that apparently, and this goes into a little bit more into my problem with this, apparently, Panky is a repeat offender of the bad jokes. Okay? Panky is a repeat offender. So... Oh, and I forgot to bring up another post. I'll bring it up here in a minute. But when Panky got banned, a lot of people came out of the woodworks to try and get internet points by trying to say how traumatized they are by Panky himself. And so we have a couple situations we're going to go through here. And give me one moment. I have to pull up the other one as well. There it is. Okay. So this first instance is an individual, another clown person, it looks like. They're Tasmanian devil from, you know what? They're from the land down under. So they are already, I already don't like them. I already don't like them because they're from the prison island. But this individual, shout out to my second ever stream being a large collab with this guy in it, where he made another VTuber leave crying by straight up bullying her for her voice and screaming at her that he wanted to kill her bird, among vile comments. That's quite the accusation. I got to see bitch baby VTubers at work very early on, and I'm so glad he's finally facing a consequence. By the way, he didn't face any consequences. In fact, I would say that he has been boosted in the algorithm because so many people are talking about him, and more people are seeing him, and more people are throwing him into the stratosphere. I'm talking about him, and I'm sure that after I talk about him, at least one person is going to go check out his Fansly. At least one. So let's continue. People wonder why I'm Jada, but this is my introduction to being a VTuber. So many people were totally okay with it. Funk Panky. We have no context for this. I don't believe, like, I would like to see proof that this is actually Panky. They are alleging that this is Panky. Aqua calling his chat gooners. I mean, you might or might not be. I don't know. But this is allegedly Panky. Because I don't have any confirmation for it, I really don't I don't believe it. It's a deleted user. Could be anybody. So I'm not even.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of.
Whoa, what the fuck? Why is it playing that? It shouldn't be playing that. Okay, thank you. But yeah, so this is allegedly like a message from him. Pirate the Fansly? Oh no. Typo. And then here's the Panky situation proof I've been harassed for. They've been harassed for this information. You've been harassed for this. Here, let me see. Harassment. Let's see. I saw Taga in there. I don't see any harassment. I don't. Oh, this person's asking if they can prove it. Let's see. I don't see any harassment. I mean, like, if I had seen this, I would have asked, but, you know, I would like to see the proof. So here's apparently some of the proof. This is some of the proof. Now, this is a clip. Let's see here. They've been blurred to protect the 90-ish VTubers that want nothing to do with this situation. And by the way, there's like 90 people that allegedly were in this situation. When watching these people, keep in mind that he is talking like this to our people he has never met before, me included. This is just how he treats people. More proof in the thread below, plus my final statement. So allegedly, this is Panky talking to people he doesn't know before. Cool. Let's listen.
You really don't have to be a millennial to be an annoying ass.
You really don't have to be around to be a bro. You sound like the
Okay, so that's him. That's him.
emoji right now. Shut up.
I mean, yeah, I mean, you kind of.
There is no context to that. What that is 16. That is 11. Excuse me. That is 11 seconds of nothing there. Even Epstein's cell had better quality. Come on, chat. That's like.
You really don't have to be a millennial to be an annoying ass.
You really don't have to be around to be a bro. You sound like the nerd emoji right now. Shut up.
I mean, yeah, I mean, you kind of.
Like, okay. It's not a crime to be an asshole. I agree. And then this is the next clip.
How did I win? Why did I win?
To be moaning? Sorry?
I am going to obliterate you all.
Bro,
hey, yo.
Is chirping. I'm gonna shoot that goddamn bird.
Wait, not that. What? That is my son?
I'm gonna put that bird in the goddamn oven.
Alright. Okay. That's very mean. That's very mean. Panky's from a different time. I agree. Panky is indeed from a different time. Now, here's my problem. Number one, I will say I know the person whose bird he's talking about. I know the person. I actually talked to them. Their name is Nacho. They're another lolly VTuber. That chirping bird annoys me more than what he just said. No, I mean, like, I agree the bird is annoying. Probably a better way to say, could you please tell the bird to quiet down? But K, I miss my bird. Yeah. He said, what about my bird? Well, here's the funny thing. The person whose bird he was talking about.
You don't have to be a millennial.
Fucking hell. Sorry about that, chat.
To be an annoying
No, why the fuck are you? Oh, for fuck's sake. Sorry, chat. My apologies again. I mean, I should have brought this up. The person whose bird he's talking about, like I said, I know them. And they were basically like, I didn't really care that much at the time. So I have to hide the screen because this person is also a lewd VTuber as well. So, give me one moment. But let me. There it is. No, that's not where it is. Shoot. There it is. Okay. So the individual who owned the bird, their name is Nacho. They basically, because I found out it was them, or like context is that Mizu talked about this, and way down here, Nacho says it wasn't the biggest deal to me when it happened. By you saying you want a shot, yeah, that's related to something else. But like Nacho basically was like, it really didn't matter that much. I even asked them, and it was just like like they obviously talked about it to the people that were running the event, but it wasn't a big deal to them at the time. So you know, Nacho Parker. No, but like. These people are being moral fiends. And again, like, I agree. Is it nice what they did? No, not really. But like, are we really, like these people are trying to cancel him over being an asshole. Okay. Like, again, if he is here's what I will say. If he's an asshole, just don't play with him again. Don't play with him again. He's an ass. Say fuck you and then walk away. Like, it's so easy to do that. Kick him out from the team, which, by the way, I was told after that stream, or maybe not specifically after that stream, but after that VTuber event happened, that Minecraft one, he wasn't invited back. He was kicked out. He suffered the consequence. Like, these people are saying he's not suffering for the consequences. He did suffer the consequences. He did suffer because he wasn't allowed back, and a lot of those people don't talk to him, and a lot of those people don't care about him. You have an annoying bird, you should be using push to talk instead of open mic? Probably. Why is it always the Twitch VTubers that suck? I mean, all VTubers kind of suck to some degree, I'm sorry to say. But no, it's just like, block him and move on. I really don't give a shit about something he said to you a couple of years ago. Obviously, I can say it sucks that he said that, and if you're a friend of mine, I'll be like, man, it fucking sucks that he was rude to you, my friend. But it was a couple years ago. Move on. Move the fuck on. All these people living in the past. Like, oh my god, she was such an asshole to me. You can block him and move on. I think the reason is they didn't learn from it. Oh, I mean, it sounds like he's still an asshole. Okay? Let him be an asshole. Don't interact with him. He was not punished. Oh, but he was punished back then. Right, so it's about past annoyances used to get... No, yeah, I do believe that. I believe that some of these people... Because again, here's the funny thing. The person who owned the bird, Nacho, she didn't make a big deal out of it. In fact, she's asked people to stop making a big deal out of it. She was basically like, I don't care. I moved on. She moved on and is doing other things. She doesn't care. Good on her. But like, a lot of these people are trying to use this situation to be like, I was a victim. I was a victim of this guy. He has no filter, but people act like he's the Antichrist. Exactly. People are assholes. It's up to you if you want to associate. Exactly. If someone is an asshole, you can just say, I don't want to associate with you anymore, and then move on. And maybe I suck at saying that, but yeah, if you don't like how someone acts, just tell them fuck off and move on. But these people are doing clout chasing. Now, some people are like, oh my gosh, she made fun of my voice. And yeah, that's mean. Block him and move on. Block him and move on. Like, if he is really that big of a deal, block him and move on. I don't think I can say that enough. Legitimately. Some of these people are just so hurt. I fear for this generation, chat. For people that can't just walk away. All right? You know how many times when I used to be a security guard that people treated me like shit because they thought I was a cop? It sucked sometimes. And I worked on the street as a cop, too. Or, excuse me, not as a cop, but as a security guard. It sucked. You know? This is all there is. We should move on. No, I agree. Unfortunately, there's one other little thing I got to talk about. One other little thing. Now somebody's making pedo allegations too. Or predator, so either pedophile or predator allegations. This individual, who I have confirmed has talked about this before. The link for it is not working. This individual says, I'm tired of being silent about this. Panky and I dated in 2021 when I was 17. So they're like 22, 23 now. She emotionally abused me and was overly sexual towards me. Never shared the details to save her image. I'm just... Bullshit! You did share the details. Bullshit! You did. You did. Bullshit. After seeing the other horrible stuff she's done, I don't want to hold back anymore. This is bullshit. This person doesn't say Panky's age. I don't know what Panky's age is. But she's saying, oh, I was 17. I was a minor. I was a little person. They are alleging... the allegations that they're throwing out here is life-ruining. These are life-ruining allegations right here. This person is trying to sink Panky with all these other people. I'm not going to bring it up because I have so many posts. It would take me so long to do it. But there are so many people that are just like, Panky deserves to lose their platform permanently. Permanently. Because they're an asshole? Because they're an asshole? Who gives a fuck? That's basically saying, like, it reminds me of that time when, fucking, what was it? You guys remember the trash guy who got fired for saying a racial slur, and they were a trash collector, and they weren't allowed to collect trash in their neighborhood because they used a racial slur? Now, we can all agree that racial slurs probably aren't the best thing to do in public, because you probably get your ass beat up. I'd say that's probably a better retribution than anything else. But like a trash man lost his job because he was racially insensitive. Well, probably racist is a better way of saying it. He was racist, and then he got fired from his job collecting trash. That's basically what these people want to do. Panky is 22. Is he 22 now? Because if he's 22 now, he was a minor when that situation happened. Ashton, I'm gonna need you to tell me, like, if he's 22 now, then I really don't give a shit. If Panky is 22 now and the relationship happened in 2021, it doesn't matter. I don't think their life should be destroyed, but they made fun of Rebby, Protect Frog. Yeah, I mean, like, again, I don't think that they're obviously not a nice person. I'm not going to argue with you on that. 100% not going to argue with you on that. But some people are asking for this man to be destitute because of his actions. Literally. 100%, literally. Some of these people want this man dead, essentially. Not allowed to collect trash. Not allowed to be a streamer. Because you're not nice the way we want you to be. And, That bothers me. I mean, like, would I ever be friends with this guy? Probably not. Probably not. I kind of feel uncomfortable around these kinds of people long term. I don't really keep them. I really don't keep them around. But like, I don't care. Like, let him be an asshole in his own place. I've talked to a couple VTubers that know this guy, and I tried to do my best to verify it. A lot of people said that. A lot of people have told me that Panky kind of like just puts himself in a corner. Kind of just makes himself the one that gets blocked off. And so, okay. Let him kind of self-blacklist himself. Because, you know, whenever he acts like this, whenever he does this, that's what he's doing. He's blacklisting himself. He's making himself undesirable to work with and to be with. Let him do that himself. Like, don't try and force it. Because here's the thing. I don't really like or hate the guy. I don't think I would be his friend. But guess what? I would not have known this guy existed. But now I do, because so many people have tried to ruin this man's life. So many people have come out and made him famous. And he knows it. He 100% knows it. On his Twitter, he basically has said, oh, 1 day vacation. 1 day vacation. Congratulations. 1 day vacation. Yay, I'm happy. And I'm sure that he's gotten way more attention for it. I bet you he has. I haven't watched anything involving him. I briefly talked to him, see if I could probably talk to him about this, but like, I bet you that he's just going to go back to what he's doing, and he's probably going to get more people. They're making him an underdog? They are. 100% they are. And that's exactly the opposite of, that's probably the exact opposite of what these people wanted. These people wanted to sink a man, a person. Again, they have both pronouns, so I don't think it's trans. If you have both, I don't think it's transphobic. I think you're just, I think I'm just confused at this point. But you could have let this individual die in obscurity, or be in obscurity, but now you've tried to make him more famous. Or you've tried to sink him, and instead you've just made him more famous. I think one of the biggest clips that got shared around by Sylvie Sparks, by the way, has over 1.5 million views. Sylvie Sparks shared a clip of Panky, got 1.5 million views. It exploded outside of the stratosphere of VTubers. And so now, so many more people are beholden to them. So many more people know who Panky is. That is free advertising I kill for. That is the kind of shit that people dream of having. And they gave it to him for free. They gave Panky free advertising. Advertising that he didn't ask for. And now he could just peddle his OnlyFans. I bet you he probably will. I bet you he'll come out and say, if you really hate me, here's my OnlyFans. Panky is likely 23. Their bio says 78, but it seems their fans later said the real age show it's a couple months back. They're 23 and it was back in 21, then they were well below the age of majority. If that's the case, then they're not a pedophile. They were both teenagers at that time. If that's actually what their age is, I have no idea. But a big congratulations to all of these retards. That's what these people are. People are moral faggots that made him famous. I don't use that word often unless I'm like actually upset about it. But I am legitimately upset about it because it's just like, yeah, this guy's an asshole. I wouldn't give him attention. The only reason why I'm giving him attention now is because you guys are forcing multiple people to be beholden to him. All these people act like idiots. All these people moral fiend over the dumbest of things. They act like they are morally superior. Over 2 hours? Don't worry. Over 5 minutes, it doesn't matter. But these people act like they're such morally righteous individuals, that they have the high ground, that they are somehow better. And I guarantee to you, I mean, like, I know for a fact, but well, we can go down. Like, if I pull up a lot of these people's profiles, I'm sure I could find something. Easiest one to do, Silly Sparks. You guys know who Silly Sparks is. He tried to harass a disabled individual out of their home. And his campaign of harassment only stopped when he decided it did. That's who's telling me that Panky is a horrible person. That's who I'm supposed to listen to as a morally righteous individual. And I'm sure many of the individuals on the internet that are saying that he sucks, I'm sure they got skeletons in their closet. I bet. Now, I'm sure that some of the people that are like, I don't like this guy, yeah, they probably have legitimate reasons. Like I said, Panky's an asshole. I wouldn't be his friend. Probably not. But the more that people are shouting him out, the more likely he is to gain traction. Again, if the drama alert, because you want to know how he broke the stratosphere? Drama alert reported on it. Drama alert. Killer Keemstar. Again, that's the kind of advertising people dream of in this day and age. If I was him, I'd definitely be sending thank you cards to everybody. Because maybe, yeah, I don't know. I'd have to ask him. Did Yeet talk about him? Probably. Probably. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. But, yeah, that's Panky. And these people made him, will potentially. Potentially. He has the very big potential, chat. I'm not going to say he is. This guy could legitimately grow his brand off of this. And I won't be surprised if he does. I legitimately don't. Drama brings Jason down and Panky up. Fair trade. Panky for misfits. Something like that. Something like that. I don't know. I could ramble on for a while. I'm not going to, because I think we've reached a natural conclusion here. All I would say is, like, if you want to cancel somebody, the best thing you can do is ignore them. Not give them any attention. I mean, like, there are some people that I think are incredibly stupid. Literally, I think there are a lot of people that are incredibly stupid. Their biggest mistake is giving attention to the people that they hate. And that includes me. There are a lot of people that don't like me. They've given me attention, though, and that's why I'm so powerful to them. So, I don't know. As long as this person's not doing anything criminal, they just need to not associate with people they don't like. No, I agree. Just don't talk to them. Don't talk to them, and you won't have any issues. But these people don't care. People are all moral fiends. Sorry, I've used my one F slur for the stream. And again, I won't disagree that I think a one-day ban is justified for. Again, I wouldn't say it to a minor. That's I probably it, but otherwise I don't care. And I really really don't feel like the outrage matches the actions. Anyway. Anyway. That is a stream. That is the stream for the day. That is the stream for the day. Depends on the allegation. Very true. Very true. I'm going to be done for now, chat. I am going to be streaming later tonight. Not sure what we're going to be doing, but if it is a video game with no drama, just going to be on Kick. If I do stream with drama, it will be on YouTube as well. I know Amal is playing games right now, so I'm going to give you to Amal. She gives me attention sometimes and gives me you guys, and I'm going to be nice and give them right back tonight. I don't think she is on Twitch. So if you're on Twitch, I'm going to give you to the Dragon Lolly. Other than that, thank you everybody for being here. Thank you for all those that donated. Let me get through the last of the donations here. Will Spain for 2. You must have a lot of back pain, always and forever. And Mercenary, salty crooked time. See you later. You have a good night. Thank you everybody for being here. How do you get a Sister of Parvos in Warframe? You got to complete all of the fuck. It is complicated. I would just look it up because I can't explain it in a couple of seconds. Unfortunately. Anyway, I'll see you guys later tonight for Vidya Games. Other than that, you guys have a fantastic one. And I will see you later.